Good evening, everyone. How are we this fine evening? We are going to start the session with a bit of planning tonight. Good evening, Russ. Well, Russ, I thought you might be late there. There was a noticeable delay, and Azuren was really tempted to steal that first, but she showed restraint. Azuren, always my lovely, supporting me. Thank you for all your support. Hibiki Ruga, how's it going? Thank you for popping by. And Future on VR coming in with the early subscribe and the early presence on the channel. You were a bit slow, Russ. Yeah. It's like, will someone else get there? You've got to give other people a chance. Dippy didn't get it though, so who knows? Yes, I am starting a bit late.
Azuren just hit a 40 stream.
40 stream.
That's impressive dedication. 40 now. Woot, apparently.
Woot, apparently. Thank you. Future on VR. Future has changed his name again. I'm assuming that's Future Proof 4, aka something face something. Yes. Future, thank you very much for the subscribe. Are you staying on Future on VR, or are you going to change your name again next week? Sploden is gone. Sploden has splodened. Okay, we're back on Future on VR. Cool. Your permanent username. Okay. I might just call you Future then. For short, Future on VR. Welcome. Thank you for the subscribe. Okay, now I'm going to switch to the browser so I can actually look into this planning of what we're doing. We are starting a new factory tonight. I am starting, it's not too late, but it's later than I wanted to start. I wanted to start an hour or two ago because I need to finish a little earlier tonight. It's not going to be a marathon session tonight, and yet we're starting a big project. Oh goodness. Now, they're in phase 3, and we've got 2 project parts to build. One of them is modular engines, and one of them is adaptive control units. And the original plan was modular engines, and then I looked at it and it was quite complicated. And then I said, I'll do the simpler one, which is adaptive control units. But I thought, no, I really was going to stick to modular engines. This is me being indecisive. And then I realized that modular engines requires rubber, and to do it, I'd need to increase the rubber. So adaptive control units might actually be the one we go with. Could be easier. But I really should just, stick to the original plan and go to modular engines. Now, this planning site, it's Satisfactory Logistics. It's my go-to pre-planning thing. It's where I experiment with different recipes. It has just had a big upgrade. They fixed a lot of bugs, they've changed a few things, but it is looking very good, and it's actually getting some TLC from the developer, which is good. So, modular engines, is this the latest? Load last save. There we go, I thought I'd made some tweaks. Okay, so this is a project part. We're going to be making a factory just for this item, but this factory will probably expand later on to have some of the other project parts, like rockets, I think, are used by engines or something. But the goal here is to make some. Now, I can't remember what target we need to hit, but I've kind of settled on we're going to start with 7.5 per minute. But you know me, I tend to make things out of blueprints and scale up, so I can make it at one size and then it's easy to scale up to another size later on. This one is a bit messy to break into blueprints, really, but I'll get to that in a little bit. So this is the kind of the plan I was looking at. We're going to be building in a location that has coal, and there's also some iron and some copper not too far. So we're going for good old steel as the backbone of this production. We could have done it somewhere else using oil or various other things, but we're going with steel this time around. Can't see chat in this window. Death switch. Do I hit a wall in real life when I'm in VR mode? Not usually a wall, but sometimes I punch my desk or knock my copy over if I have my desk raised while I'm playing. But I tend to stand pretty still while I am playing in VR. But not while I'm in the play. I actually don't have my VR headset on at the moment because we're just doing pre-planning at the moment. So this is the plan. We're going to be using rigger motors to make motors. This one requires crystal oscillators, and we have a crystal oscillator factory, so we'll be using a train to bring in those crystal oscillators. We only need 2.5 per minute to make these modular engines, but if you've been watching the last few videos, crystal oscillators are a pain in the butt, and we actually had a shortage at one point, so I really hope that shortage is fixed. Currently our munitions factory is stealing them all to make... there was some sort of explosive that needed them. So yes, Rigger Motors has a pretty high output for a motor recipe with 7.5 per minute output. We're making 2 manufacturers worth of that. So loosely speaking, I kind of broke this down into the motors part, which is kind of this bit here. And then the smart plating part, which is here. But I actually think I changed this to a different recipe when I did the next plan, but we'll get to that in a bit. But yes, we are bringing rubber in as well. As I mentioned before, we are going to have to increase our rubber supply at some point before we bring this factory online. But I will tackle that possibly next session, not this session. So 2 products brought in. The rest we're making locally. I was thinking of trying to make it out of 2 blueprints, but it is going to be a little bit different in structure this time. Let me check the messages. My keyboard is thirsty. Never make crystal oscillators, just buy from the awesome shop. That's fine if you don't need a production line with crystal oscillators. But yeah, crystal oscillators are one of the more painful things to make in the game. It's possibly my biggest factory in this playthrough, and it's making like a measly 28 a minute. And most of those are used by computer production. So I will need to increase that production at some stage. Now just briefly, I'll touch on the other factory that I could do, which is the control units. Now this one's a bit simpler in structure, but it brings in a whole pile of products. So it actually brings in heavy frames, circuit boards and computers externally, and just makes automated wiring. I'm not going to go too much into this one at the moment. I'll probably cover this when we get around to making this factory, but that's the other project that's in the works. Okay, so modular engines, it's messy. I'm going to switch to the Satisfactory modeler now, and I'll show you how messy it gets. But this is the plan for tonight, and we'll see how far we get. Now I'm just going to switch to my other PC, which has Satisfactory and the planner on it. So just give me a sec. I will just switch to the right back screen while I swap over. Okay, and I didn't even have the pre-thought to load up Satisfactory Modeler. Here we go. There we go. So this is Satisfactory Modeler. This is a PC desktop app which is available for free on Steam. And as you can see, I've kind of mapped out our 7.5 modular engines per minute. Now, originally I had sort of a blueprint for rigger motor, and I had the beams included in this blueprint. But the smart plating recipe I changed to instead use, what did I change? That's using the copper rotors and the bolted iron plate, whereas I think my original plan was to use stitched iron plate. But I switched to this. So we were making like a pittance of this in both blueprints, and this was kind of used in both blueprints as well. So because this was such small quantities, I'm making beams and the copper sheets externally from the blueprint. And as you can see, we're only going to make ×1 at the moment, but later on when I need to increase this, I'll bump this up to 15, and I'll basically duplicate this. And like this. So that'll be the plan when I need to expand later on. Eventually I might, blow it up to 30, in which case I'll just repeat these bits here like this. So longer term, we might end up with this sort of numbers. But in the short term, we're just aiming for 7.5. Good morning. Hey, Top to your next. How's it going? Good morning / evening / afternoon. Okay, so this is the rigger motors. Now I'm not necessarily going to cram all this in a single blueprint, although I think I can. It's only 2 manufacturers and 3 assemblers and a pile of constructors, and I've done similar blueprints in one blueprint before, but yeah, I'm not exactly rock solid on the plan here, so there's going to be a bit of experimentation. The smart plating, I might actually do as 2 blueprints. So we'll do one blueprint, which is kind of these bits here, which is the screws and plates to make the rotors and the reinforced sheets. And then I'll just put down 8 assemblers because I've got a bulk assembler one. Actually, I might do that as a separate one. So basically, I'll do this as 2 side-by-side blueprints and hook them up together. And this is probably the easier one to start with because I've got a bit more room. And I was thinking I might not make this one super tall, but make it more wide, sort of a different kind of layout than a single cubic blueprint. Because I probably could maybe cram this in one. No, I think unless I overclocked the assemblers, this is going to be too much. So I will leave the assemblers out and just do a compact blueprint with the first bit first, and then we'll take it from there and see how we go. Okay, so next step, I need to fire up Satisfactory, and I need to fire up UEVR. I've already got UEVR running. Okay, yes I do. Just give me a second to fire up Satisfactory. There we go, and I will just put on my VR headset. My guide is ready, by the way, with a GitHub homepage. Okay, showing how to play Satisfactory VR on Linux Mints with Quest 3 and NVIDIA GPU. I have Linux Mint, a Quest 3 and an NVIDIA GPU, so I might give that a go. No, you can mention it. I will give it a go. I'm not going to necessarily link it right here because I want to have a look at it first. But I am very curious. I know you've been busy working on it this week. And I am very curious to see how it turned out and if it's easy to follow or not. Because I know Linux is powerful, but also can be a fickle beast. Now, this is going to be a bit interesting because I can't see the plan when I'm in the headset. So I'm going to have to figure out a way of remembering all this. Okay, it's two foundries plus 2 constructors as the first line, and then that goes into 3 assemblers. I could try and fit this in a single blueprint. Because these I have vertical stacks of, the constructors. I don't have a vertical stack of foundries, but I could certainly build one. And then we could feed it straight into a pile of assemblers. I'll have to see. I think there's going to be some experimentation and maybe some mistakes made. But we'll see how we go. Okay, I'm going to lower my desk a little bit so I'm less likely to punch it. And let's dive in. I've just realized I haven't got my chat overlay running yet, so let me press some more buttons. Right, we're in, hooray! And I can see my preview and chat overlay. We are good to go. Here we are at our home hub. Now, I don't think I need to unlock any alt recipes yet, but we will find out. Let's come up here where the blueprint maker is. I do not have hover pack yet. The hover pack will be unlocked in phase 4, and we're still battling our way through phase 3. So the end is in sight. We're actually getting closer to being actually able to use a hover pack, which will certainly be a relief. Now, I'm just wondering, like if I just go, I said 7, or did I say 8? Already I've lost how many with the memory. I think it was 7.5. okay, okay. So it is 8 assemblers. It was possibly laggy when I was in browser mode. Hopefully it is better now that I'm in actual streaming on my main PC. And I have... Let me just check my laptop's on the right screen. Yes, my laptop's on the right screen. Hang on, my laptop might need to be boosted into turbo mode. Because I only just plugged it in a little bit ago. Hang on, give me a sec. Doop-a-doop-a-doo. Because I know it likes... Where's... Oh, come on, quest menu, where are you? Oh, fine, don't then. Function, boost laptop, turbo mode. Let's try that. This is what I get when I don't make sure everything is running correctly in the headset before I start everything. Okay. Sorry, I'm just setting up my Quest windows and my overlays so I can actually access the control panel. Okay, okay. Are we back? Are we looking smooth? Are we looking better? Let me know if this is looking a bit better now. Hopefully we should be lag-free now. Looking spiffy? Cool, cool, thank you. 2, 4, 6, 8. So that's an assembler stack of 3. I don't know if we could fit 4 of these across. 1, 2, oh, 3. We could actually fit 4 stacks of this across, and we could chop the top one off, so it's a stack of 2, and then that would be 8 up. So we could technically cram all this in a single blueprint. Wait, make up your mind. Is it laggy or not? Hang on, let me check the... Okay, my Twitch readout says the bitrate is good. My YouTube readout has not loaded yet. We did have a bit of lag a couple of sessions ago, and it turned out to not be anything at my end. It was just the internet. Okay, stream health on YouTube is excellent. Nope, it's just changed to poor. Thanks, YouTube. Twitch is still saying excellent, though. That comes back under weird conditions. Very laggy. Okay, let me press the wrong button. Let me try that again. I'm going to go to standby mode, and I'm just going to check OBS and make sure it's behaving. Just give me a second. Audio occasionally sounds my Bluetooth is at limits. Okay. I can see that there were quite a few skip frames so far, but I do not know if it's skipping more frames. Ugh, I could restart the stream, but So let me close the browser that's in the background, because that may be lagging OBS. Stupid browser. Okay. That's it. No more planning. The browser is gone. Okay, let's see if that helped. I haven't had it where OBS has struggled while the browser had focus, but I've completely closed the browser now. So it should be better. So let me just check the performance. That's the wrong computer. Task manager. performance. CPU is 13%, so the laptop's not doing much. GPU is doing about 85%, which is about normal given how many streams I'm encoding, because I'm encoding many. I'm streaming 2 and I'm recording 3 because I'm a sucker for punishment. But other than that, stats look fine. So maybe it was the browser, and now that I've closed it, it could be smooth again. Is the sound sounding okay at the moment? Any more sound jitters? Okay, I'm gonna switch back to VR and see if it's okay now. Okay. Sounds been absolutely fine the whole stream on your end. Oh, okay. Never change a running system. Well, if it's not running well under the radar, nothing else has changed. The only thing I changed was I ran the browser at the start to do the whole show the plan under the logistics things. Okay, so let's see if this is behaving now. It could have just been the browser thrashing in the background. Let me check YouTube. YouTube is now saying excellent. Okay, YouTube's gone from poor to excellent, so it doesn't look very smooth, but it reckons it's excellent. Wow, what a rough start. What a rough start. Right, let's try this again, shall we? I'm just going to... First of all, I'm going to edit that blueprint, the assembler blueprint. And make a 2 height one, because I've only got a 3 height one. Production. So if I'm going to go with 8, I'd rather have 4. I mean, I could do 3 stacks of 3. No, I want to make this short. I want to make this short. Let's be decisive. We're going to try a different form factor blueprint. We're going to chop the top off this. Can do faster than that. Yes, can chop these off. Oops, no, not delete the thing below. That would be bad. Oops. May have wanted to leave those poles on, actually, although I do want to basically put... See the top of the height here, where the aerial is higher than everything else. So if I do it that way, the blueprint height is going to be weird, and it won't snap nicely if I ever want to expand it. So what I do is I put a beam on here, and I do 4 meters up. And that is now higher than that. So if I ever want to stack these, let's just put... I'm going to leave that off. Now, this is too high, but if I want to stack it, I can stack it, and it will line up nicely. You know what? Let's just put those back on. So if I need 4 high, I can just stack 2 of these on top of each other and nudge it down, and it will all be honky-dory. Okay. So this is now assemblers times... What happened there? 2. Right. So now if I want 8 of those, let's see if it actually does fit. Now, it fits side by side, back to back, but if I overlap the poles in the middle, can actually save a little space. If it lets me overlap them. Ooh, okay, no, that's 2 overlap. But maybe if I overlap at 1. How close are these assemblers in the middle? Okay, they are very close. Don't like that so much. Oh, hang on. Stupid vertical lift bugs. Okay, so this is the middle, so if I put that there, and I snap that alongside it, why is it not snapping? Fine, don't snap. You know, I could just overclock them like all to 150% and then I would need a lot less of them. Okay, so that's technically 7.5 assemblers. Just gonna check the blueprint here now. Whoops. So that's that bit done. Now can we... Oh no, we can't fit those in as well. Okay. Or could I? Oof. Oof. We could try. Okay, can we fit 2 foundries and 2 constructors as well as a stack of 2 assemblers? Well, the assemblers would have to go this way. So what have I run out of? No? Oh, I've already ran out of beams. Well, that's not a very good start. You know, this is going to be too squeezy. I want more room than this. I'm going to make it more spacious than that. That is not a good start. It's like being in a quiet swimming pool listening to your speech. Okay. Constructors 2. I do not have a vertical stack of foundries. Maybe I should make a vertical stack of foundries. So that's the vertical stack of constructors. If I make a vertical stack of foundries that are styled similarly, I think that would be a goer. That's backwards. Actually, this is the front. It should face the front, shouldn't it? Yes, it should face the front. So that is centered that direction. Need my ASMR level. Go back to work. Have a nice weekend. No problem under the radar. Thank you for popping by. Have a good work day. do I want it locked in like that? I think that's okay. A little close to the entrance. It's snug and tight fit. You know, sometimes you want it snug and tight. That's a very big sticky outy bar there.
Phrasing?
There is a redeem for that. Or did it not work? Oh, that was an ADA redeem. Right, it was a redeem. I added some ADA versions in. I forgot I added those. Do I have a little light over here? Oh, look, there's one to sample from. I'll put it there, because if I put it there, it's going to be directly under the conveyor. So that can directly attach to the wall behind it. Okay, that indicator light is quite low compared to the other ones. Okay, so that's a basic single foundry raised up off the ground. Stupid foundations. Okay, so now we build another one on top. I've already got, oh, this should be in here, but I've already got a foundry ×2, but that's the side by side. Okay. I need a vertical foundry one. Okay, it could come down to, these are nice and snug. I mean, it could come down even further. I think that at least means it's an even number between them. Then we have to faff around with vertical lifts. Is that too close to the concrete support, do you reckon?
I have a tip from future ONVR that you may be slouching.
I'm not
Posture check
slouching.
time.
That said future ONVR. I'm going to have to fix that pronunciation. Okay, so I will do some stretches. I am standing up, you know. I will ensure my back is straight. Lean back. Let me touch my toes. Oh, and hit my head on the desk. Turning a little too far forward. So I have not seen any sign of any updates to 1.2 to fix vertical splitters and mergers. There's not been an update on 1.2 that I've seen so far, actually. It's all been very quiet since the initial release, which is hopefully they're working on it and fixing bugs. Also, for people waiting for 1.2 VR mod, the modding tools are still not updated for 1.2. They are working on them, they're having some technical difficulties, and so I can't really start my magic until I have those issues sorted out. And it would help if we put connector belts in the middle here. This is a pretty snug build. Is this too snug? Okay, reverse your side direction of the lift, so it's going from top to bottom. Now, can we put it on this point? Yes, we can. Okay, so the output will flow down to the bottom here. I've made a mod before this one. Not that I can remember. It was certainly my first experience with Unreal Engine. I've dabbled in Unity a little bit before. I'd made some basic stuff in Unity, fiddled around with that a little bit, but not modding. But this was definitely my first Unreal Engine experience and my first Unreal Engine modding experience. So credit to the engine and the dev tools. It's pretty powerful stuff if you're just trying to get into it and do some modding. How did I learn to make a proper mod? Well, there were some basic examples from the Satisfactory modding community. So they showed me basically how the modding layout and stuff goes. A lot of it is just basic coding concepts, though, and because I'm a web developer in my daytime job, I know how to make an application, and I know how to deal with logic and states, and I've also dabbled a lot in home automation and that kind of stuff. So I had, actually that was a ×2, wasn't it? I've just called it the wrong thing. Oh, go away. So tutorials online, lots of video tutorials of people on how to make widgets and VR mods in Unreal Engine, or VR games in Unreal Engine. So things like how to do hands and such that the hands can change gesture. There were some video guides, a couple of video guides online that showed how to do that. So when you point at the menu, it automatically changes to point mode, things like that. So yeah. But the very first things I implemented were a very basic action menu, and the dot pointer. And I did those in my first 2 weeks of installing the dev tools. And they were kind of the proof of concept. Can I make a dot pointer that works pretty well? And can I do an action menu where I can pick build off the menu? Or can I pick inventory off the menu? So that was the proof of concept. So once I had that done, then it was just a lot more work after that to make it a really good and complete experience. Okay, so we have our double foundry stack. This will help in our design. Basically, I'm going to reuse as much existing blueprints as I can, as I have before, to try and simplify the layout. And I am trying a lot of vertical stuff, and vertical stuff is annoying, so if I can reuse a blueprint that already has the vertical stuff in it, then that is useful. So just going back here quickly, we need 2 foundries making plates and 2 constructors making screws, and that goes into 3 assemblers effectively. And those 3 assemblers will go into 8 assemblers. Or we could do 6 assemblers at 150, which is probably easier, especially if we have 3 here into 6 here. That might line up better. Although obviously there'll be a height difference. So 2 constructor screws, 2 plates, 3 assemblers. So the center of the blueprint is this bit here. We don't really need to leave any edging. I will put it there. You know, I can easily rebuild it if I want to move it. That's the beauty of blueprints. Do those front poles line up? Hey, they do. That's handy. Actually got the spacing pretty close. Ah, these didn't come with a manifold. That's annoying. This was steel screws, wasn't it? So this power is... Where is the power on this one? It's going to be on the far side, isn't it? And this power... Oh, this sounds on the far side as well. Okay. What are we going to... do I want to bring the power across the top? Can I hide that a little? Yeah, it's not going to look great. Yeah, I'll tidy that up later. Let's get it functional first. Cosmic Cloud VRC, quick question. Have you thought about making the menus pop out in 3D instead of using regular ones? You mean to add depth to these? I did actually think about that. So these are a flat 2D widget. As I was just saying, I am fairly new to UE VR modding. Well, I'm new to UE modding, and I say that after spending 2 years working on this mod, so I guess I'm not new. 3D widgets seem to be a lot more complicated in UE. I don't know if Cosmic, if you've done much Unreal Engine, but I have actually thought about having different planes to it to make it pop more. So yeah, there is some funky stuff I could do, but like if I made all these buttons stand out as physical buttons, Like I've thought about having a push action where you can actually push the button in. It does get a lot more complicated. This menu here is currently a single user widget. But if I was to have depth, each different depth would need a separate user widget, which does ramp up the complexity a bit, unless there is some magic library that can assist with that, which there might be. But it has not been a priority. I mean, it would be nice to have, but it would be an interesting enhancement. But I have not really played around with it yet. Did that land in the right spot? Or is that out by half a meter? No. I mean, it looks out by half a meter, but is it actually in the right spot? No, it's actually in the right spot. It's just a visual thing. Okay, so we've got our screws and our plates. I have the memory of something that doesn't have much memory. Ah, right. We're bringing in steel beams and copper sheets because it was easier to make these externally to the blueprint because they're in such small quantities that to put machines in here, they'd have to be severely underclocked. Okay, so we have 2 for rotors and 1 for plates. And the plates one is the one that takes both. The rotors is the only one that needs the screws. No, they both need screws. The plates is the only need the plates. Okay, so we'll do the plates on one side. On this side. Do I have an assemblers one? Do I not have just a single raised assembler? Huh. I guess I haven't needed to raise just one before. Okay, so what is this recipe called? This is like a slice of the target thing. It is making... I can't even remember what it makes. It's rotors and plates, but it is the supply for smart plates. So maybe I call it a smart plate supply or something. Actually, I'm going to just call it pre smart. Now, smart plates are just like 7.5 assemblers, so I'm not going to put that in a specific blueprint. We can just use the existing ones. Let's use a smart plate icon because we don't actually have a smart plate recipe. Okay, so now I want to load assemblers 2, and I want to strip it down even more. Okay, so it's just a raised assembler. Okay. You can play the Satisfactory in VR. Yes, it's called Viper. You can. It is a mod. It's pretty easy to install. There's a couple of components though, but you most certainly can play Satisfactory in VR, and it is amazing. I am biased. I am the mod author, but you know, I had my Satisfactory addiction and my VR addiction, and I combine them together. And now I don't play anything else. Nope, fell off.
Incoming propaganda broadcast detected. Please seek shelter.
Let's get rid of the filter. Okay, I think, oh, there's a PowerPoint up here. I think I might take those off. But do a pillar 4 meters here, just to let me be able to stack them if ever I do want to stack them. Because that top of that indicator there is not lined up with an exact meter point. So by doing that, you're on VR all the time and got hundreds of hours in Satisfactory. Ah, excellent! You are the perfect target to look up this mod. It does require a pretty beefy PC. It does require a bit of grunt. But we do have people in the community who are running it on not very powerful PCs, and they are enjoying it despite the low resolution. Yeah, because the game wasn't optimized for VR, it is a bit of a performance hog. But if you want, I can give you some tips on how I set it up to get decent performance. What sort of VR setup do you have, Viper? So now we want to build our new blueprint. Just the single assembler, because we actually want these side by side. We're not going super high on this one, we're going more horizontal. So we've got 2 of these for plates. There was a single one for plates over this side, wasn't it? And then 2 on this side. So the 2 on this side, do we want to center these? That is not centered, that is centered. Index is okay. Old GPU could be a problem. CPU's i7 13th gen wasn't optimized. There's some understatement, yes. Like, don't get me wrong, Satisfactory is very optimized for what it is, but it's not designed for high frame rates, so yeah. I mean, Index is probably an advantage because you're running lower resolution and close to the metal. Like, you don't need any compression, and you're not trying to push to, you know, thousands and thousands of pixels. So it might perform okay. But the 1080 Ti, like, I developed the mod on a 2080, just a straight 2080 with I mean, I had an Intel decent Intel CPU. But it was a 2080 and a Quest 2 is what I started development on. And the Quest 2, I think, is higher resolution than the Index, maybe by a bit. So yeah, you might need to scale it down. 1080. The thing is like DLSS 4 is magic, and so the newer graphics cards certainly have an advantage. DLSS can do a lot of heavy lifting to do really good upscaling, whereas... Whoa, I forgot the ad break.
Incoming propaganda. Seek shelter immediately.
Found the mod page, give it a go later. Awesome. If you go to the Discord, flat2vr.com will take you to the Flat2VR Discord. So if you have any technical problems or want advice, you can ask on there. Look for the channel SF Join. If I don't know the answers, because I don't have an index, then other people might be able to help out. Okay, I'm going to take a brief break and have a bit of a drink, while Twitch does its ad break thing, and we will be back. I'm trying to. They changed the quest menu. Where's the quest menu? Double tap. That's right. Here we go. Okay, we'll be back in a couple of minutes, folks.
Look lively. It's time to do those stretches and hydrate. Hey, 1crimson_glitch1 just followed you.
Okay, and we're back. One Crimson Glitch, thank you for the follow. I didn't see your comment on my in-game chat. You were making a comment about the 3D menu stuff. I was thinking 3D depth to the menu, but you were thinking more like this floating menu here. I could... to be honest, the wrist menus I don't use much. They were part of the original build, but I tend to use the radial menus a lot more myself. And the wrist menus are, in VR, are pretty easy and convenient to use, and they don't take you out of the game, whereas having a full screen menu come up like this and having to use a mouse pointer is actually probably the harder way to integrate with things. So yes, I could do a big floaty window like that, so you can load up the main building menu if you don't want to use the quick menu. So you can use the existing full build menu if you want to get around. But you can also use either the quick menu for building on your right wrist, left wrist here, and you can switch between your hotbars. Or if you just hold down the A button, this pulls up your quick build menu as well. And this is how I usually get around, because once you get used to the radial menu, like you get a bit of muscle memory. So if I just press it and go straight up, I know I'm going to get power line. Straight down, I'm going to get a conveyor splitter. You know, down and to the right, I'm going to get a lift. So there's a bit of muscle memory that allows you to quickly select things from this radial menu faster than either this menu or the full build menu. Okay, so we are making a blueprint to make a slice of a factory, and it's a bit of a weird slice. Let me just switch to the designer. This is part of my engine works. We're making modular engines here, and we're kind of working on the smart plating slice at the moment here. So we're assuming we're getting copper sheets and steel beams already made coming in, along with some steel and iron. And then this particular blueprint is just this bit here. And because these couple of machines here then feed into 8 or 6 at 150% assemblers for smart plates. So rather than try and cram all these assemblers in a blueprint, I'm just doing this in a fairly lean blueprint to do this bit, because this is, as long as this bit is all wired up in a blueprint, it's still easy to scale up later on if I want to expand the factory. So we're just we put these down, and we're now looking at putting these assemblers down here to make the reinforced sheets and the rotors. Which is just 3 assemblers. I might just put them across with a bit of a gap between them. In this playthrough, I'm trying to have a bit more space between things, make it a bit more, I guess, realistic as far as the factory layout goes. You can access the machines, you can walk around them. How far apart did I put those? Okay, it was 3 meters apart. Interesting. That's a very arbitrary distance apart. Maybe I should have made them 4. I mean, 2 looks a bit too close. 3 does make it a little snugger. The problem is 3 meters is going to make it difficult if I want a walkway straight down the middle. Like, that is not walkway conducive if I ever want to put one there, unless I like half meter nudge it across, which is going to be pretty chaotic. Could be cool though, because then it'd be a slight overlap. You know, I'm going to go with it, because being a blueprint, it's very easy to make an edit and then tear down and rebuild. Okay, let's save the progress. Now, this was outputting... Who did that? Raz! I'm not fiddling with power, nothing's going to go out. It still made me jump a bit. We are doing bolted iron plates. Now, if I go stitched iron plates, it's 5.625. Bolted iron plates has 15 per minute. So this playthrough, I do tend to be going with the higher throughput, so there's less machines, but they produce more. We're also not avoiding screws this playthrough. Normally I would use recipes to completely avoid screws, but for once I'm actually embracing the screws. Now this, which rotors was it? It was the screwy one. So copper rotor. And yes, copper rotor is the one. Although we were underclocking these. So we do have an input that will come in from before this assembly line that will bring in copper sheets. And then that will go to these two. These, I don't need these. These are vertical splitters and mergers, and they might cause problems. But we kind of are vertically merging and splitting here. So this is 90 plates. That's going to all come into this machine here. So the easiest thing to do is just that. Again, we don't need these, and we can still feed them in. Although, kind of stylistically, it does look a bit more interesting than just a normal conveyor in, so maybe I'll leave them in. 250 screws. Oh, how many screws are we outputting? What was the plan? We only have 480 belts. And this is 500 screws. Ooh. Which means we actually don't want to manifold the output of this because it will exceed our belt capacity. Luckily, I haven't built an output to it. Okay. So in that case, maybe we... Yep, change my mind. We're gonna delete all these. We still need this as a merger for these, so that will still need to go... Well, that actually fits pretty well. So one will come out of the bottom constructor. Because it's roughly 50-50 and the thing is the difference is one's 250, one's 260. Now that is not going to work at that angle. Let's try this, see how pants this looks. You know, curve makes everything look better. Where was that one? That was the default bolt, okay. You know, I think I might move this stack here across one and then we can bring the copper in this side. That way that will actually line up perfectly. Oh, we could move our assemblers across one. I hate making little decisions like this. Now, if we move the assemblers across, it'd still need to be positioned. It could do it. Why is that not? Oh, did I not? Oh. This is not letting me delete this as a whole blueprint, which means I must have saved and loaded it. You know, if it's across one, it would line up with that one. Damn it, I'm gonna have to delete this manually. This is the problem when you have a blueprint with lots of detail and you have to delete it manually. Very easy to accidentally delete something behind it. You can use the filter. The filter makes it a bit safer. How would you briefly explain the fun in Satisfactory to someone who's never heard of the game? Well, I normally describe it as a very chill, beautiful alien world to explore with 95% creative logistics problems and buildings with 5% of terror. And I think Satisfactory has a big leg up over similar games because it is so... That wasn't a redeem, wasn't it? It better be a redeem because I haven't looked away. Yeah, I suppose the power going... I was thinking stingers, not power outages, terror. But I guess power going out counts as terror as well. The terror is very important. It is. Like, if you want to play pacifist mode, you can turn off stingers. You can even play in creative mode. Yeah, as I was saying, compared to other factory games, this game does have logistics puzzles. But it does also have a heavy creative element. Like if you look at my Modular Engines factory and you look at someone else's Modular Engines factory, they are completely different shapes and sizes. And it's not just because they've used different recipes, it's because they've fundamentally laid out their factory differently and decided to use different machines in different ratios. And that lets you put a bit of a, like even if you're doing, you know, just a flat, spread out factory with lines of machines next to each other, you know, that's still a stylistic choice, and you can still add, you know, bits of your own personality and flavor to it as you go. Whereas I don't see that, like, okay, disclaimer, I have not played Factorio, but I don't see that in Factorio. Factorio seems to be very much, I mean, it's sprite-based, so it's got, the game's got its own style, but you're still very much sort of laying something down in a 2D plane, and you don't have cosmetic pieces? Correct me if I'm wrong, do you have cosmetic pieces in Factorio? I'm curious. Or is everything just structural and functional? Even something like Star Rupture, which is a newer game that is similar to Satisfactory. It's a gorgeous alien world, but it's all the building is on a grid, and there's currently not really any cosmetic stuff you can do. I mean, you can do walkways and buildings and layouts, so there is a bit of creativeness to it. No, absolutely, but not to the level that Satisfactory has. How am I going to do this so that it matches? It would have to be there. There was another recent one, Alchemy, not Alchemy Lab, but Alchemy, was it Alchemy Lab? It was another automation style game, and it looked like it had, you know, it was a cozy sort of setting game. So it might have had some more creative stuff, but you were still, I think, kind of constrained to the grid. You know, you could lay things out in your shop a certain way. But other than that, and I've just realised I need to move that back a metre for it to actually work. So the building in this is actually a little similar to No Man's Sky. In the No Man's Sky, you can do really creative things in No Man's Sky. But No Man's Sky doesn't have the logistics puzzles that this has. No Man's Sky has very basic production stuff. There is no logistic puzzle. Like you can work on a plant to make something, but you're manually moving resources from refiner to refiner. So you get beautiful bits of art in No Man's Sky, but not really that logistics itch. And I was big into I still am big into No Man's Sky, but I played hundreds of hours in No Man's Sky. But I kind of got tired of the base building because I kind of build the same kind of base. There was no extra puzzle to sort out with No Man's Sky. I mean, there's lots of other stuff to do in No Man's Sky, don't get me wrong, but I really like the base building, but it did get a little old eventually. So we have plates coming out of here. 90 per minute, which is going into this assembler here, which is 90 per minute. We're going to have 250 screws per minute also coming in here. This is being fed from the top constructor over here. So we just need to underclock this ever so slightly. There's our screws, and this bottom one, which is 260, will get split between these two assemblers, which are we're underclocking these. I thought it was an exact split. Where's my keyboard? Okay, we've only got 1.33 here, so yeah, it is only 180 screws per one, so 1.33, we're not doing a full 2. So 133.333333 divided by 2. That didn't work. What is it? 66.666? $130,260. That is correct. And MS is as wide as a lake and shallow as a puddle? Yes, yes it is. The risk of offending VLO is I just couldn't get into No Man's Sky. That's perfectly fine. Like exploring alien planets with random flora and fauna doesn't interest me really. Yeah, like No Man's Sky, you do kind of have to find your own fun. And if you don't like the activities, or you don't like just getting distracted by beautiful alien stuff, then it doesn't necessarily grab you. And the VR in No Man's Sky is both amazing and very rough. Like, the wrist menus in here were kind of inspired by No Man's Sky. So some of the interface stuff I have done in here was because I had done all that stuff in No Man's Sky, but I also changed it a lot, and there were a lot of things I didn't do because they didn't work as well in No Man's Sky, so I wanted to avoid those things. So it was kind of an inspiration in a couple of different ways. Splitter. Can't really put a splitter this close unless I do it here. It'd be nice if it lines up. Except it'd have to be there, which isn't bad. We all need a bit of a ramp coming up. It's brutal on your older machine. No Man's Sky, like, performance has got a lot better in VR over the years. They have done an excellent job of actually making an effort to improve it. Excuse me. I have also upgraded my PC a few times over the years as well, so that helps. I think No Man's Sky was also very good in showing you can do a flat game with a VR mode that is good enough to make it worth playing in VR. Because there is a lot of, game is no good unless it's made for VR first and only. And there's been a lot of that over the years. And I agree, like the best VR games are games that are designed from the ground up to be VR. But VR is a niche of a niche, and you just can't get the budget to make something that big for VR. So the next step is to take a flat game and say, well, how can we improve this flat game and make it a good VR experience? Like my hand doesn't collide with this wall, it passes through it, I can't physically pat the doggos. I could implement it for sure, but it's a lot of effort. And No Man's Sky does a decent job of giving a decent VR experience for a huge game. And hopefully, my mod gives you a decent experience playing Satisfactory, a huge game in VR. And well, it certainly kept my interest, but again, I'm biased, I'm the mod author. What comes in here? This is the ore. Okay, this is the iron and the steel. So if we feed these in from below, then if ever we want to expand this, we can stack more on top and just build vertically. Because then the doggos could... Okay, you can pretend to pat them. Look, okay, see, here's a doggo. Look, it's like, you can go pat the doggo. I have a hand, I have a doggo, I'm patting the doggo. This is immersive. But I can actually put my head in there and fiddle around with his brain, and there's nothing there. So the hand doesn't collide. That's a limit on my development skills. I haven't bothered to try and do the collision because it is a tiny thing. But like, you press right grip to say hello to the doggo. It would be better if I came up to him and patted him, and then he would drop the item on the ground, and then that would be more interactive, and then I'd pick the item up off the ground. So rather than having to go through a menu, it would be more interactive if I patted him. Oh, what are you doing down there, boy? And then he would spit out the option object. That would be more immersive. And you can do that. You can develop that. But it takes a lot more time and effort than I have. I could, like, eventually maybe I will. Maybe I'll make a doggo patting upgrade where you can pat and punch and tickle the doggos and do whatever you want with them. But at the moment, the focus is on the core gameplay, I guess, is where I'm leading with this. And the core gameplay is parkouring around this world and making beautiful factories, or ugly factories, but factories that build stuff. Okay, so I think everything is wired up, and that's going to collide with that pole, isn't it? Of course it is. Maybe I just feed that in from below as well. I kind of need a sign. Do I have a part sign? So 30 per minute copper sheets. And there we go. Yay, labels. How is patting the doggo is not core gameplay? Ha 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 ha. There are satisfactory gods and there are satisfactory devils. And there are satisfactory maniacs. Uh, 15 and 15. Oh, that's easy, math. 45 per minute. Yeah, this was actually exactly no overclocking, underclocking, wasn't it? So that was just steel and iron, was it? I can't remember. Did I say 15, which means it's actually 30? Yep, because there's two of them, 30 a minute. Steel ingot and iron ingots. Which is interesting because like steel is made out of iron as well, so you've actually got a lot of iron in those iron, I guess they're iron plates, that makes a bit of sense. Okay, there we go. Now, let's reinforced plates, and these were combined together. These are both rotors. I'm going to leave them on there. I can always tweak the blueprint later because I don't know exactly how I'm going to wire these up to the next row of assemblers yet. Okay, it's wrong button. Am I going for time? Okay. Now, Azuren, you said dinner is ready when I'm ready? I believe that was the call. I should wire up power of this. Okay, power. And these, I was going to go from here, across here. Oh, that was the old point. Okay, yeah, it was actually there. A minor customization to fit in with the layouts. So those are connected, those are connected, those are connected. I need to connect something from here across to there. Maybe I'll go from here to here. And that could go to there. It's kind of in a line. And then this can probably clip through the machine and look ugly. Yes, damn it. Yeah, I mean, I could run that one back to there. And then run them along there. That's probably neater overall. Slight design change, but yeah. Say game VN84, what do you think about building ingot towers and then distribute them to smaller factories? I don't tend to do that. I tend to build up to sort of a mid-tier product and then ship that to other factories. So I have a plastic and rubber factory that makes plastic and rubber, and then that will ship those to other factories. But I don't tend to do it with raw resources or low-level resources or even low-level items. Now, that's just how I build. I don't tend to build mega factories though. So people who build massive factories tend to use that method a bit more, because where I build, I will build a place where there's enough iron to build what I'm building. So I do not need to ship iron in from several different places. Whereas if you're building a mega factory or with massive throughputs and you need more iron than any one spot can make, then that has more reason to then split that off and put it so you'd have an iron factory. That said, it's probably, you could just ship the raw iron and turn it into iron ingots where you're going. But I actually do like the idea of shipping the ingots, because I will often use alternate recipes, like whether you're pure iron, or I love the alloy recipes, so the iron alloy and the copper alloy recipes. They're not quite as efficient as pure, but they take a lot less power and a lot less factory floor space. And that's usually what I'll use in a building. But as you can see, I don't have any raw coming into this blueprint. I do tend to shove my smelting off to the side in the corner, because it's just smelly stuff. It can be over there, but it's still part of the same factory floor plan. So I will build in an area. So this factory here is my sort of beginner early stuff factory. So you can see I've got the raw iron here, and there is copper and caterium over there. And then I've got one section of the factory here. So there's smelters here. These are foundries. So these are using the raw to make iron. And then it's also using them to make copper. And then the iron and copper goes to the different floors of the factories. So it's all within the one factory complex, but all the smelting sort of happens off in a corner where it can be smelly and smoky without the rest of the factory. So I do tend to get it into ingot form before I feed it into something like this. So this is why I've got ingots coming in here, and I don't have the smelters or foundries built into this. It also gives me more options in that I could take this blueprint to a place that has bucket loads of iron and just use smelters, or I could take it with iron and water and I could use the pure recipe. Steel, I could make steel out of oil, so I could build this factory somewhere where there's oil and not coal. And so by taking the ingots out of this blueprint, I can save that decision of how I'm going to get the steel to be based on what site I'm going to build it at. So currently I'm planning on building this where there's coal, but I could relocate this to another place that has oil, and you know, it would still be able to use this blueprint. Gamer Dan Moore, I'm on VR sometimes and got thousands of hours in Satisfactory. I need to look up your mod. Awesome! You don't have a girlfriend, right? Okay. Because I think there was someone earlier saying pretty much identical something, but they did have a girlfriend. Yes, I had over 1,000 hours in Satisfactory before I started working on the mod. So I was very much a Satisfactory addict long before I worked on the mod. Okay, so we now have power connected to everything here. So I think this blueprint should be functional. We've got the inputs marked, so we'll know what the heck to do. Actually, we need to mark this one. This is also steel. Ah, this is steel as well. So I might want to put a merger and feed this in as steel as well. Maybe. Now this required how much steel? Oh, this is steel beams. Ah, this is different. 5 per minute, and this is the thing. It's like the steel beams amount was so minuscule that I couldn't be bothered putting a constructor in this blueprint to make the steel beams. 5, 9.9.808. Oops. Back, enter new line, 9.808, which is not many. Okay, now everything's labeled. Yes, I do have a wife. I think by the time I'd been addicted to Satisfactory for over 1,000 hours, Zirin was already quite understanding.
Hey, just followed you.
Oh, thank you very much for the follow. Okay, I will save this. And this is probably a good point to me to take a break for dinner. I have some lovely Massaman curry waiting for me. So I'll be taking about a 15-minute break. Yes, and then we can get cracking on the next part of the factory design. Understand? Hey, it took her a few years, but Azurin actually got addicted to Satisfactory as well for a good stretch of time, and has made some pretty impressive large factories herself. So she's not just an understanding wife, she's also one of us. Although haven't got her into the VR as much yet. Going to slumber, enjoy your dinner. No problems, Russ. Thanks for hanging out. Have a good night and a good rest of your weekend. Actually, it's Friday. Good weekend. Okay, so I'm going to run a video. It's probably the same video I ran last time in the break. One of my earlier videos. I need more videos to have a bit of variety when I have my dinner breaks. But thank you very much for watching. And I will be back in about 15 minutes.
G'day everyone, my name is Dortimer and I have too many hobbies. Since the last video, Update 8 has been released and is available to all on the Early Access branch. The actors' strike is over and we're already a chunk into the new year. In the last video we looked at making junctions and how to use junctions to allow you to split and have multiple routes to different factories, along with how to use the priority power switch to set your route ahead of time so that you can effortlessly get from one point to another. In today's video, we're going to take a look at hypertube accelerators and how to use them as launchers for speedy travel through a hypertube network, or as cannons to shoot yourself freely across the map. A hypertube accelerator involves putting several hypertube entrances close together with an air gap between each one. Each entrance adds speed, giving a momentum boost to travel the rest of the network quickly. A junction will also boost speed again, as the branch hypertube entrance gives an extra boost. Since we don't want to travel through the launcher on our return trip, we can combine the branching techniques to provide an unboosted return track for arriving pioneers. Once again, we're going to be using the Blueprint Designer, this time to make ourselves a reusable hypertube accelerator. We're going to build our accelerator starting from the back of the Blueprint Designer, facing the front of the Blueprint Designer. This way, when we go to place our blueprint, we'll have a guide arrow to show us which direction the accelerator is facing. To start building our accelerator, we'll first start with a hypertube support that is placed 4 meters from the center. So back 1, 2, 3, 4. Then getting our tube, we extend this and just build an entrance every 1 meter. Now, currently in Update 8, as you can see, the default direction for the hypertube entrance is the opposite of what you want. It's 180 degrees out. So for each of these you need to rotate it back 180 and then move it back into place and snap it in. So rotate it, back, snap it in place. Place 8 of these in a row so that we have 8 supports, all with small tubes between them. So it's just 8 across like that. Our next step is we delete every second hypertube support. Like that. So what we're left with is 4 supports that are 2 meters apart each, and between each support there are 2 small tubes. We now delete the second tube that is on the left side of each support. So there's 3 of these, so what we're left with here is 4 supports with 4 small tubes coming out of them. So we snap 4 entrances on, make sure they're all facing the direction, so you can see the arrow there should be facing towards the front of our blueprint maker. If you're not careful, you can snap them on the other side on the small pipe, so make sure you are snapping them in the right place, facing the right direction. Next thing to do is to add some power and make a smaller power pole using metal beams. So at this point here, kind of between the first 2 entrances, I'm going to make a metal beam 3 meters high, and then similarly on the other side, between these 2 entrances, I'm going to place a metal beam 3 meters high. Now from the other side, we just get our power line and we connect from our first entrance, and it will automatically create a wall outlet at the top of the pole. Use our power line and connect from the entrance to the wall outlet. Our other 2, we drag our wire out, create a wall outlet at the top of the pole. Then we connect from our 2 outlets together so that all 4 of our entrances are now wired together. You could use a wall outlet Mark II here, because sometimes you will need to connect multiple connections to it beyond what we've got here. But for a straight accelerator where you have multiple accelerators chained together, the standard wall outlet is sufficient. Just add a beam connected to the top of our 3 meter beams to give a nice neat finish. And that's it, that's our accelerator. Let's go save it as a blueprint and then we can go test it out. To test the effectiveness of our hypertube accelerator, I built a test hypertube route that loops around and back to the start. This route includes some gradual inclines and slopes, similar to what a real route may include. It's also really pretty inside this cave, with the new Lumen global illumination from Update 8. As you can see, with only a single hypertube entrance, this route takes a little over half a minute to complete. Now that we have a baseline time, let's add our accelerator blueprint, bringing the number of entrances up to 5. Some power will help too. Let's try it out. This time it took a little over 16 seconds, a bit less than half the speed of our baseline test. Let's add another accelerator, bringing the entrances up to 9 in total, and try again. With 9 entrances, it took just under 10 seconds to complete. Nice. But why stop there? Let's try 13. .3 seconds, still faster, but the time saved is diminishing. How about 17? .3 seconds, shaved off just 1 second from the last run. Let's try 21. Hmm, 5.5 seconds. How about 25? .4 seconds. That's 2.5 seconds just going through the 29 entrances. And another 2.5 seconds to go through the whole circuit. 29 entrances is obviously overkill for this length of route, with somewhere between 10 and 20 entrances being optimal. For longer routes though, more acceleration will help you cover the distance faster at the cost of more power draw. For this next test, I'm comparing the effect of frame rate on a hypertube accelerator. On the left, I have all graphics settings set to a minimum quality, while on the right, I have everything cranked up to ultra. This test is over the same course using a 5-entrance hypertube accelerator. As you can see, we get very similar times around the 16-second mark, which is comparable to our earlier test. Let's run the test again with 9 entrances. On the potato settings, I'm getting around 150 frames per second, while on ultra, I'm getting around 30 frames a second. Once again, the results are comparable, measuring about 9.5 seconds for each one. Now 13 entrances. Before the change in physics engine in Update 8, hypertube accelerators were known to behave differently based on frame rate. It looks like the new hypertube physics are now more consistent. Okay, let's now use our 4-entrance accelerator blueprint to make a reusable factory hypertube station with 8 entrances. Since we don't want to travel through the accelerator on arrival, we can use the junction techniques from the last video to provide an unboosted return track for arriving pioneers. This is the accelerator blueprint we made before with 4 entrances. So let's place it here with the beams we used for power poles on the centre line. Make sure the white arrow of the blueprint is facing towards the front of the blueprint, so that our finished station will also face that direction. Now we place a second one on the other side, making an 8-entrance accelerator. Next, we add in the unboosted return path. Start by placing a hypertube support in line with our accelerator exit point and 2 meters from the center. Then we add in the hypertube, lining the other end up with our accelerator entrance. Now we add a hypertube entrance on our return
Incoming
path.
propaganda broadcast detected. Please seek shelter.
The last thing we need is our outgoing hypertube. So we place another support over here on the centre line on the 4 metre mark. This needs an outgoing hypertube entrance. Once we shoot out of our accelerator, this will be a hypertube which will then lead off across the countryside to our other factories. We need to connect up power, so first of all, on this side I'll remove the beam connector and then extend a wire from the wall point to add another wall point on this side. Then from this wall point we can connect power to the 2 extra hypertube entrances, one for the return path and one for the outgoing path. Once connected, we add the beam connector back to the top. One thing we mustn't forget though, back over this side we need to connect the power of our 2 launcher blueprints together. All 8 of our launchers now have power, as do our exit path and return path. Let's save this in the blueprint maker now. So now we have a simple reusable hypertube station with an accelerator for quick launches and a return path. We can put this at any factory or other point of interest along our hypertube network. You could make this even longer. You could use 12 or more entrances for the accelerator for a faster launch. This is just an example of how you can combine the techniques using junctions from the last video with accelerators for fast launch and a non-boosted return path. Let's test out our 2-way factory station. One of the stations this side to simulate one factory. And let's build another one on the other side here to simulate a second factory. We now have factory A and factory B. Connect up power to factory A. And over this other side, connect power to factory B. So for each factory, we have an outgoing accelerated launcher and an incoming return path without any extra acceleration. Right, let's just connect this to the rest of our network. So this is our factory A connector.
Look lively. It's time to do those stretches and hydrate.
Our factory B. Let's just throw up some signage so we know which is which. Okay, so say we're at factory A and we want to go to factory B. Just hop in our launcher at factory A. Here we've safely arrived at factory B. Notice it's useful to have a wall here to stop your momentum. You do come out of these tubes at quite high speed. For return trip, we just need to jump in the launcher at factory B. Take the reverse route back to factory A. So with this simple design of a factory hypertube station, we have a separate entrance for the launcher and a separate exit for arrivals coming into the factory. If you want, you can combine these two using a junction so that you have a single hypertube point for entrance and exit. So to do this, we build a hypertube support about 4 meters out from our station entrance and exit. Then we put a hypertube entrance on the front of the support and connect power up to it. And now we can run a tube from here and have a single entrance anywhere we want. So let's go behind this other wall here and put a hypertube wall hole here. Run a tube between our junction entrance and the wall hole. And because we want to go out this exit as well, we also need a hypertube entrance on this as well, and run it to power. So now, if we enter this entrance here, we will shoot out through the accelerator and around our circuit. And when we come back through the circuit, we'll come back through the bypass and through this tube to the same point. Again, we're going to be coming out of this quite fast, so it's good to build some sort of stop behind so you don't go flying off into the distance. So I'm just going to build a pillar here. Walls work fine, pillars work fine, it doesn't really matter. You just want something so that when you come flying out you smack into that rather than flying off into the sunset, or flying off into the water in this case. So now I can enter from this tube. And here I am at Factory B. Then when I come back from Factory B, I come through the return tunnel rather than through the accelerator, and then through the junction and out the exit here. Hypertube accelerators aren't just good for getting speed for a launcher to cross a hypertube network. They can also be used to make a hypertube cannon, which is an alternate way of crossing vast distances quite quickly.
You didn't need to know about hypertube cannons, did you? No? Yes? Maybe? Okay, we're back from dinner. Let's have a look at the plan. We are, and I have my mouse in the wrong computer. We are making, is my mic working? Yes, it is. We're making Modular Engine Factory, which is a project part for Phase 3. So this is the rough plan we're going by. We're going to be using a few blueprints just to optimize things and allow us to scale later on. So we're aiming for 7.5 engines per minute. But the idea here is that this is simple enough and uses some blueprints so that if we need 15 or 30, then we can scale up to higher production later on. But 7.5 should be plenty for our Phase 3 requirements, especially since we still need to make another factory after this one for not assembly director systems, the ball things with a lot of wire in them. But this is what we're doing. So we have just finished part of the smart plating blueprint design. So we've done one blueprint for this. I might just do a quick and dirty blueprint for this, just so it's easy to plonk down and I can kind of line it up so it looks like it matches this one. And so if we do set that up now, it'll just make it a bit easier to expand later on. And then we will work on to setting up some blueprints around the rigger motors. Although I could set out to the field and actually start this going, but rigger motors is going to be a bit fiddlier. But we might be able to fit all this on a single blueprint. We will see. But now we're still working on the smart plating. So we finished this bit, and now I'll do one. I think I'll just do 6 at 150% each, because it just... Is that the right math? Yeah, it is, isn't it? 6 times 1.5 is 7.5. No. No, it'd be 9. Is my math fail that bad? Jeez. Okay, let's jump into the game and do some math there. Because the other thing I could do is I could just make 8 of them. But 6 of them would be neater, even if I overclock some, but not all of them. So let me just put my VR headset back on and we'll jump back in. Okay. Right, by the way, one Crimson Glitch one, if you're still watching, you were my 200th follower. So I have hit the 200 mark, and thank you very much. I really appreciate you and everybody who's followed support over the years I've been streaming, or year and a bit. Okay, let me alt-tab back to the right thing. That would be useful. There we go. And double-click that. And double-click that. And we are back, and I have chat. Should all mourn the loss of the math skill in the world. Yes, I'm now on 201 because we had another follower just before dinner break as well. Okay, so this blueprint is done. I'm just making a note of where the pillars are here if I want to line them up. Yeah, that's right, the 1.5 meters, sorry, 2 meters, 3 meters, 3 meters, 2 meters, and sucked over the front. I was trying to avoid that. Tear it all down, redo it. Nah, that's fine. Okay, so We are dealing with stacks of 2 assemblers. I mean, if we did stacks of 3, we'd go all the way up to 9 of them, which would mean we have underclogging. Whoa! Whoa! What the heck's that? Did I have an event that's... someone's throwing ducks at my screen. Stream stickers. Oh, someone's used a stream sticker? Or is it just random? Sorry, I don't actually have anything showing up on my dashboard. What's going on there? Hang on, let me check the log. Ah, it was Azurin using 100 bits. Okay, I need to get stream sticker alerts in my overlay because I am not seeing that. Thank you very much for the duckies. That was scared the crap out of me. Duck invasion. Okay. Right. No, I did not. Those stream stickers were probably louder than the other redeems I've got. Maybe I need to turn the stream sticker redeem down a little bit. Do we have the bug where we try and build a blueprint, it loads the blueprint? Okay, it stopped. Thank goodness for that. Okay, this is the input. Oh, that's a bit of lag when I'm building. Whoa. Yeah, when I build the blueprint, it is lagging for several seconds. It happens sometimes in Satisfactory. Maybe I should save and reload the game. Might clear it up a bit. Yeah, like the whole thing freezes for me too. Oh, did that crash? Oh, it crashed. Wow. Luckily, I would have an autosave while I was waiting for dinner. I need to restart the game, folks. Just give me a second. Yeah, it was the ducks. Totally the ducks. Which keyboard is active? That one! Hooray! Okay. Now let me just go to UVR. Fire up VR again. Hopefully it's... I mean, I've built lots of those blueprints before. Maybe I should have actually made a note of the error and sent it through, or at least tried to track down what it was caused by. Okay. That's cleared. Let's try this again. Enter it. See, that was much less laggy. Maybe I need to wait for one to finish building before I build the next one. Maybe the problem was I spanned it too quickly. Who knows? Okay. We are making smart plating. And we need how many? 15. We need 15 across 6 assemblers. So theoretically I can put in 15 divided by 6 here and get an answer. Hello, can I have an answer? Apparently not. Fine, well, try the other calculator then. 15 divided by 6 is 2.5 per machine, which is a single power shard per machine. No, it's not. It is, if I put a single shard in there, that would be 3. No? 3, okay. Maybe we just overclock the top ones, and that will give us 15, because it'll be 2, 4, 6, plus 3, 6, 9 would be 15. That's probably the easiest. That way I'm not wasting shards, because otherwise I'd have to do it at 125, which would be more power efficient, but less shard efficient. So if I just overclock the top 3. Hi, just joined in. How are you playing Satisfactory in VR? I am using a mod called the UEVR Enhancements mod. So it uses a program called UEVR, which sort of enables a VR mode for Unreal Engine games. And on top of that is a Satisfactory mod, and it adds full VR controls. So I have hands, I have button hints on the back of the hands, I have menus, I have radial menus, full VR experience. So I am actually the author of the mod, although there are a few other people who actually stream Satisfactory VR on Twitch, if you're interested in seeing other people play. So we have a fairly decent sized community of people who play in VR. There was actually someone on the stream last weekend. They said they had a co-op server. That one's already got smart plating selected. What? They had a co-op server with 15 people all playing in VR. Right, I just clicked this smart plating, that's why I had to. So, yeah. It's been around a while. I'm still making minor improvements to it, though. It does not work with 1.2 yet, so the modding tools for 1.2 are still not updated, so the 1.2 doesn't work for any mods currently. So we're waiting for the modding tools to get updated, and once the modding tools are updated, I'll begin work on getting this mod working with 1.2 as well, which could be interesting. Thank you. Average Pepsi drinker, welcome. So if you're interested and you've got VR, you're welcome to download it and give it a go. It does require a pretty powerful computer to get good results, but it is a fun time. Now, this is like a horizontal manifold into a vertical manifold. It's going to be a bit messy. Maybe I just do it all underneath. Maybe I raise this up and actually rebuild the manifold into the blueprint. That might actually save me some messy time later on. And I've got enough height. I can go higher than this. Yeah, I can do that. Because I know they do need the same input across all of these. So really, if I want it balanced, I'll want splitters here going into there and then there. Which, I mean, I could do it here, but there's not a lot of room here. Ooh, is there? Like... Yeah, no, see, I don't have enough space to do a double height or double length. So what I'll do is I will save this as temp. And we're going to have to see if we've got enough room. It's basically, if I want a double manifold, I will need enough room underneath. I mean, technically, I could do it either side if it's holes, so I could make it smaller. But it's probably neater to go for that height, if I can fit it in. So let's see if we can fit it in. So, no, not that. So that'd be kind of the level of the floor. It's too high. I'm guessing we've got some height. Oh, no, actually, that's fine. What's going on? Am I short on something? Aha, I'm out of beams. So I can build it, but I'm out of beams. And we're going to be building a lot of beams, so I might actually go and grab some manual beams. So our steel factory, that train is probably going to the steel factory. It's just over here. So actually, yeah, because my depot is out of beams. Actually, how are we going for other building materials? Probably want to grab some more concrete as well while I'm down here. So this is the blue crater, which is the southeast corner of the map. We have a number of factories down here in various states of completion. This is one of the oldest factories in the game, which is my little concrete factory. Which is the bare essentials, one miner and a couple of constructors that I slapped down when I first moved into the area after visiting phase 1, or finishing phase 1. Up there is a munitions factory. That's what we were working on last stream and the stream before. That particular part of the munitions factory is making nobelisks, but it's also making smokeless powder and black powder, which gets, some of it gets shipped to another site, which then makes the rebars and will make the rifle ammo once I get to it. Yeah, let's take as much as we can. I'm probably going to burn through it. You have a meta quest 2? Okay, yeah. Quest 2 can work with this. I have a quest 3, and I did my early development on a quest 2. Having some problems with getting SteamVR working. Well, this, you don't, if you have virtual desktop for Quest, you don't need SteamVR at all. So virtual desktop is a Quest app that lets you play PCVR games, and some games, PCVR games, will use Steam, but with this mod and virtual desktop you can use OpenXR, and it's actually recommended to use OpenXR if you have a Quest, and that doesn't use any SteamVR. This is not to say your computer doesn't necessarily have some other problem. If SteamVR is not working, maybe there's some other issue going on there. But the best performance and experience with this is if you use virtual desktop on Quest. Right, so let's try that again. This is the right way around, yep. I think it needs to be 1 meter across. I think that's, let's put it down to the floor and get its position right. Okay, yeah, that position is pretty good. Now we nudge it back up above floor level. Although if we do this, this won't be stackable. So we do need a variation of this that is stackable. That's okay, we can do that. Oh, that took a while. You do have virtual desktop, cool, yeah. So yeah, you can give it a shot then, see if it works. Yes, it did freeze. It was a blueprint being made. I don't know why it does that, but it does that sometimes. Oh, come on, snap, please. No, don't snap to that. Yeah, snap to that. Okay. So now we replace these with actual holes through the foundation to bottom. Let's build the replacements in place first. Okay, so it should be actually, you need to snap these to the vertical splitters first because they're fussy and buggy. You're on YouTube. Look in the description of the video on YouTube, and the video description on YouTube has a link to the mod and all the mod information you need. And I've got YouTube video guides on how to set it up and install it. So that should get you started and gives you a step-by-step install process. Right, now we do a good old manifold. So I could have done this lower by putting one half of the manifold this side and the other half the other side. But I still would have had to have something go under or around to get to the other side. And I reckon wherever I'm building this, I'm probably going to have a floor space that's going to be big enough to fit this. So I just thought I'd do it this way and keep it simple. Oops. I'm going to put Mark... Actually, I don't need... Yes, I might need Mark 4s because later on... Probably not, because the output of this is tiny. Yeah, I reckon just Mark 3 is enough. Even if we do scale up later, this is not a... This is... Was it 15 a minute, 30 a minute from each stack? So scaling up to be more than 270 is going to take a while. Justice Guy, good afternoon. How's it going? Welcome back. How's your Friday treating you? Okay, so these two inputs here are our inputs into this manifold. So let's stick a sign on it. Oh yeah, tiny numbers. Tiny, tiny numbers. So we need a total, oh wait, this is scaled by 6, which is 7.5. So it is 15 and 15, which is small numbers. Again, it's still not going to be massive. So that's rotors and reinforced plates, 15 per minute. Background, don't want a background. And this was reinforced plates. Here we go, so we know what we're doing when we wire stuff up. So this is Smart Plates Base. This won't vertically stack. Smart Plating. Now what I will do is I will drag this power down. problem is you can't half-meter nudge this up. If you can half-meter nudge up one of those, and oops, wrong menu, and then attach it to that. And then if you then rebuild that in the right spots, it'll be nice and low to the ground. I should have kept that pole there. You know what? If I do one here and go half a meter down. Actually, you know what? I'm just going to go across the top here. Already have gone across the top. Excellent. Okay, so that's the only one I need to go under. So when that goes down here. Can go. Actually, that probably needs to go in closer. No, that's fine. That's fine. Okay. Now I might actually just delete these, because I think when I go out there, I'll already have spammed floorboards around, or concrete floors, or whatever floors I decide to use. Although I might leave one. I can decide what I'm doing with the output. The output should probably also similarly go under and merge. Merger. Do give it a bit of a gap. Good. Oh, that might still be too close. Oh no, that is the right distance. That'll be our output. Okay, so this we will save as smart plating base. That's right, there's lots of smays. How about plays? There we go. This isn't so much a mini factory as a partial factory. Maybe I should make another category. Now I will load temp. And this will be a stackable smart plating. So this will allow us to stick this on top of the base. I think there doesn't even need to be any changes to this. I think it's good to go because I think I already set up all the recipes. Yep, so all I need to do is when I decide to expand the factory later on, I can just whack these on top and build it up higher and higher. So I will save this as not clear. That would be bad. Smart. Wow, 3 blueprints just to make smart plating. Extension. Wow, okay, so we are 3 blueprints in, and we've only done a slight bit of the factory being planned. Future on VR, I want Satisfactory to have a sausage factory. There's no food production all except biomass. There might be a mod for that future. Or not, but there might be. Okay, so let me just check the plan. So we've got 1 blueprint for this. We've got 1 blueprint for this, which is pretty simple, but I'm trying to keep it a bit more compact. This is part of the factory. We do need to make a rigger motor blueprint as well. This one's going to be a bit more complicated to lay out, but I think I can squeeze it into a single blueprint. So that'll be a bit of a different layout, but I might change it a different way. But I think I'm getting a bit bored of blueprints at the moment. So I'm going to head out to the site and I'm going to start building this part of the factory now, and I can get that rolling. Like the factory's not going to be online until I'd still need to do a rubber increase as well, because I'm not making enough rubber at my rubber factory. So there will be a rubber upgrade somewhere in the near future as well. But at the moment, we've done this bit. Let's go out and try and build this out on the site. And we will need to run some copper, iron and coal to make steel. And we'll see what we can get going tonight. Yep, so I already stocked up on materials, so I'm probably pretty full on junk. Oh look, there's tons of junk there too. I bet it wasn't pulling from here when I was trying to build those blueprints. I bet it's bugged. So I'm going to go duck down and chop off some of these recyclables, although I'm sure there'll be creatures out in the field that will want to be beaten up in the name of progress and probably fill our inventory with more animal parts. Right, so let's go chat to the doggos. Hey doggos! Skippy's got some computers. So these guys are getting less useful as we get further into the game, and we're not even into phase 4 yet. Poor doggos. They were very useful early game though, when I really needed things like high-speed connectors and computers and crystal oscillators. These guys saved my butt with crystal oscillators. Oh, I don't have enough inventory space. You can keep... Actually, no, I'm just going to trash the rubber. I do not need rubber. Yeah, this factory here, all those side glowy panels all took crystal oscillators, and this was in... I made that factory at the start of phase 2, and so I was quite dependent on doggos to bring me crystal oscillators, and they actually delivered very well. I'm not sure a stack of 27 is going to be better than nothing, but oh well. Let me just recycle some of this stuff. Biomass? Why do I have biomass? And that is the materials that will be turned into useful stuff. I can just come over here to trash bits and pieces of other things. I really don't need circuit boards on me. Okay, I really should carry around a little bit of ammo. Given that I've now automated ammo, I should at least carry myself a stack of the good stuff. I don't know if I need stun and shatter rebars for general use. I think I'm fine ditching those. Novelisks, I've got tons on my hands. Should have recycled those. Oh well. Let's freed up a bit of space. Let's go back up this way. Take cement. Oh, there's shards there. Wow, how did I end up with 14 shards in here? I'm wondering if some of this crap is from ages ago, because I swear I only had 100 shards in my inventory at the start. I'm going to leave that. I don't need any more of that. So we are currently, I'll show you on the map. We're currently down here, so the blue crater is here. We're at this location here, the lovely lake. We are going to go up to, where is it? Could be in here. So we have the Titan Forest here. Oh yes, actually it's where that train is driving by. We're going to that spot there where that lake is. So this is a lovely, beautiful zone with lots of coal and other resources nearby. And we're going to pillage it and make a factory to make modular engines. Chris, how's it going, Chris? Welcome, welcome. So let me, I think we'll take the zip line. Actually, you know what? I have a new feature that I'm testing, so let's take the train. Oh, that's not what I wanted to build. That was interesting. Quickly before that train comes along. So I'm currently testing a change to the third-person vehicles in the mod. So this is actually a mod here for first-person interiors for trains. This is someone else's mod, but it's got support in VR, and it looks amazing, by the way. If you are in VR, I highly recommend getting this mod as well. But we're testing the chase cam because I've changed its behaviour a bit. To hopefully give a smoother experience. Actually, I can do a drive-by of the new munitions factory. So I have done a little bit on that since the last stream. I do have a first person, but yes, there is a first person for camera for trains here. Yes, and it's a great mod. But as I said, I'm testing the third-person cameras because I've just made a mod change to the third-person vehicle chase cam. So I'm testing it out in the field. Oh yes, I actually do want to turn here. This is the new turn off. I haven't put any train track supports in this, so it is a bit of a floating thing at the moment. And there may be a train in the station for all I know, so it's a bit of a high run over the swamp there. So this is the other part of the munitions factory. This is where the rebar is getting made, and I will also make rifle ammo here once I've unlocked a few more things. And okay, the light is green, so there's no other train in the station here. It is a little jittery. I think that's just the way the vehicles work. It's not part of the mod. I think it's just the update of the game itself. Munition factory next to the swamp. Well, I'm going to be building nuclear in the swamp a bit later, so I'm reserving the swamp to make a massive nuclear power facility. So that seemed appropriate too. But yes, having munitions on standby just above the swamp, very useful. So this bit of line here is solely used from the munitions factory to return back to the main ring road. We're passing the heavy modular frames factory here on the left, which is the last big factory we built was this one. So before the munitions factory, I worked on that. And it still has a few bits of architecture to touch up here and there, mostly sort of underneath there. It's a bit bare bones, but functionally it's finished, and most of the architecture is finished. It's just a nice scenic train ride. Yes. It's seeing the spiders make their own factory on the other side. Okay. And green, so we're not gonna, this is where it merges with the other line here. So I should actually pay attention to train signals. And up here is the beautiful valley that we are going to fill with a factory. Okay, now I haven't really thought about layout here too much, and there's a whole pile of hogs and things, and a whole pile of stinky plants as well. This might be a new... I'm going to get run over if I stay here too long. I've just started automating explosive rebars. Now, I like preserving the trees, so maybe I should save this just in case I blow up any trees that I particularly like. About to get run over. I can hear a train coming. Well, that was anticlimactic. If I shoot that, that'll take out that tree, I think. Oh, okay, that didn't hit the trees around it. Maybe if I hit the edge. Oh, look at that. That worked pretty well. So, explosive rebars are a surgical poison remover tool for gardening. I mean, you can take out trees with it as well. Like that tree, I'm afraid, is got to go. I wonder if that's connected to that tree. Probably. Oh, no, separate. Wow, precision. These guys are got to go, though, I think. They're just going to be annoying otherwise. I could try building around them. They're also noisy. They're just constantly grunting and everything. Okay. So, coal nodes. Let's actually do a scan for coal. There. Obviously, we've got two there. And there's another one there and another one over there. So that's a normal node. Bitter. Pure node. Okay, that's a pure node. So let's start with that one. Stop running. Whoa. Wow, this guy is slippery. Got him. Boy. If I'm going to build along this wall is probably a nice big area to build a fair chunk of the factory. I want to leave it a bit open in the middle for the water, but so the idea is to build most of the factory sort of around the walls and then up vertically. It's not actually a huge area, is it? I guess we'll see how we go for space. Because we also need to fit in at least one train station, possibly two. So if we don't need those two nodes, we can build a station on top, but I think we probably do later on. So we might have a station either side here, or maybe see if I can fit the station in this side. Somehow your voice is always half a second ahead of the pictures. Oh, is it? Maybe I just know what's going to happen, or is there an audio delay? Yeah, I think a lot of these trees have to go. Wow. Oh, sorry, that was not explosive. That was a redeem. I did flinch, but that was a redeem. It's quite satisfying, actually. I wonder if I can leave the one on the water's edge. Probably not. It's been a while since I built in this area, and I think it's shrunk. Yes, maybe I have grown. At least maybe my factory scale has grown. I do think the last factory I built here was like a phase 2 coal factory, and now I'm building a motors project factory, which is a bit bigger in scale. So that's snapped to the grid to get the height right, and then I will put another one on top of that, but rotated to try and line up the angle with the cliff face. How's that look? That's a pretty decent line. The area has shrunk. I've got shrinkage, do I? There's all these little mineral deposits that cause me problems. You know, I'm going to start building the factory and I'll see if it fits or not. I mean, we can always cover over the top of the water if we really have to. We could always go over the top of the cliffs as well, so we can build some of the infrastructure up the top. Remember when you used to get flowers from picking these bushes up? That was a while ago. Used to get petals that you'd put in the paint gun in order to make decals. Now there is, we need to find where the iron and coal is, and the iron and copper, and I think they are up the cliff. The iron is up the cliff and the copper is even further away. Bad joke about psychiatrics? Oh, okay, that sort of shrink. One of these days, I will make, no promises, I will make a factory that automates portable miners. One day. But that day is not today. Maybe I should just make a stack of them and carry them around, rather than just building 2 every time I need a Mark II miner. too soon. But yes, one day I'll automate them and have them go into the depot, so I always have a full stack. Oh, 4 full stacks technically, if it goes into the depot. That'll do for now. That is... That is lined up straight, okay. If I put the smelly smelting stuff down here, then I can have layers of factory above that kind of overhang the water a bit more. And what space have we got around here as well? Okay, so I've got a chunk of space here, and a chunk of space over there as well. So I think we can wrap a factory around this place. I'm pretty sure... Oops, I can't jetpack wall for having a radial menu open. What did I even scan for? Iron! Hey, that's what I wanted! Oh, love it. So that's the thing. The explosive rebar doesn't do a huge amount of damage. Basic rebar will take out a basic hog with 2 hits. Now this is Caterium. And this is iron. Pure iron, excellent. Oh, that was terrible. Ow, that was terrible. Relax! Good morning, Relax. How's it going? We are here in the picturesque northern forest. We do have inventory space, apparently. Yes. Now these, do I want to line these up with the factory below? I suppose it doesn't really matter, it's that far away. Although maybe. Essenberg, g'day, good morning, how are you? Great, stand up only took 30 minutes today, just need to BS my way through a few hours of letting AI fix some ITs. And have a 3-day weekend. Ooh, 3-day weekend. Is there a public holiday for the 3-day weekend, or is it some other occasion?
I have it on record that Eskinber is an exemplary pioneer, and recommend that you check out their channel.
Indeed, everybody should check out Eskinber's channel. He is a top-notch Satisfactory streamer and very entertaining and informative. Okay, I wonder if that's too high. Might be too high.
Incoming propaganda broadcast detected. Please seek
it's time for
shelter.
an ad break. Great. I can't even remember if we need Caterium for this factory. Does anyone remember? It would have been useful to know in advance. We had multiple Docker points on Monday, so took it off. Ah, cool. So when you become a blood test in the AM, but mentally need the day off. But yeah, absolutely. Plan to recover the seats in my 97 4Runner this weekend. That heaters while I'm there. Ah, cool. we dovetail them in so they're facing each other? Ooh, that could it's gonna be tight. It's gonna be tight. Although if that comes out that way, that's not quite perfectly lined up. Oh, I did not move it there. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to fit this and still have the other one come out. Sometimes small things take a lot of spoons and everyone only has so many to spend. I get to spend a lot of time in VR this weekend too. Maybe play some EXT. Ooh, playing the new hotness. I have a backlog of new hotnesses already to play. And yet the factory must grow. You know what? I'm going to check the plan. I don't need Caterium at all. Huh. Later phases might. They don't need it for modular engines, but maybe there'll be something later on I do need Caterium for. Because, you know, it would be useful to actually make use of a Caterium node that's right next to steel and stuff. It'd be a good place for a computer factory. It's not steel so much, is it? Also a backlog. I really should play other games that are already in my library first. Absolutely. Dude, if I played to completion all the games in my Steam flat screen and VR backlog, it'd probably take me 4 to 5 years. Only 4 to 5 years? Well, I have not technically finished Satisfactory 1 point anything. I finished Satisfactory before the 1.0 release, but I have not finished Phase 5, so I am kind of focused on playing Satisfactory at the moment with the intent of actually finishing. And I'm taking my sweet time about it, so I'm going to be here a while. That does not preclude me from seeing other games, though. Although I seem to have a pretty busy social life. And by social life, I mean playing co-op games with people. Oh, there's an ad break.
Incoming propaganda. Seek shelter immediately.
How did I miss that? Okay, is this a safe space? Everyone, is this a safe space? You know, I don't trust it. There could be something coming out of the woodworks. Actually, nighttime, there might be stuff coming out of the woodworks. So, I am going to... where is it? I'm going to make myself a bunker. Yeah. And yet I still flinched. I don't know how noticeable it was in the footage, or whether image stabilization hid that, but I did flinch a little. Okay, here I am in my protective bunker. Now I'm going to take a break before the break's on. Yeah, still need to finish Phase 5. Yep, working towards that. Did finish the game before 1.8. Yep, exactly. But I played it. I finished several times before 1.0, so this is my big playthrough.
It's time to do those stretches and hydrate.
Yep, I'm taking a break. I get the message. I'm just trying to remember where the button is, because they changed the meta menu. There it is. Okay, I'll be back in a few minutes, folks. So, while on my break, I took my nightly medicine and cut my finger on the medicine packet, damn it. So my trigger finger has a small cut on it. So this could be interesting. It feels okay. I've got a tissue wrapped around it. It might need a band-aid, but it seems okay, except when I'm in VR. So if I'm gushing blood, I won't actually see. I'll just have to feel. Yeah, F indeed. Yeah, fail. So yes, so just this guy been working on post-phase 5 coupon harvesting. Okay. Can't really do it in VR until the kids go back to school. Okay. Nuclear fuel processing plant just needs feeding with some more raw materials. Okay, you're converting... so you're turning like uranium into plutonium and then sinking the plutonium or something like that? Estimate said still need to finish phase 5. A paper cut, a medicine foil cut. It was indeed a medicine foil cut. It's very similar to a paper cut, although it's actually bleeding. And does stinging less than a paper cut, actually. Which one of these was actually the iron? I think it was this one. So yes, as I was saying before the break, yes, it's this one. I finished the game before 1.0 and I wanted to do a full playthrough, but because I played it so many times before, I didn't want to rush it. I wanted to actually take my time and play the release game all the way through. So that's what this playthrough is. I'm not spending ages on things, although you could argue I am. Like I'm 300 hours in now, I think. I don't get to play as much as I would like to. Yeah, oh look, I just hit the 300 hour mark this session. There you go. And I haven't finished phase 3 yet. Stream attacks. Yes, people keep distracting me, but that's fine. I quite enjoy having the interactions with people. Gonna sink the plutonium fuel. Cool. That's what I intend to do with round 1 of my nuclear setup. Oh, look at the pretty butterflies. But I've never done nuclear before. That was the other thing. It's like this playthrough, I'm determined to do nuclear because I have never done nuclear before. I've always avoided it because rocket fuel is overpowered. Right. We need coal. We can bring the coal from... Let's take all... Ooh, where do we want to process this stuff? If we process it up the top here, it'll leave more room for the factory down below. And I do like to get my processing out of the way. Now, we do need copper because, well, for a start, we need copper. And secondly, I like the alloy recipes. So we need to go hunt some copper. And I'm pretty sure the closest copper is the one that we're already tapping for the computer factory, which could be a conflict of interest. I wonder if there's any other copper around in spitting distance. Yeah, that's the computer factory copper. Any other? Nearly a kilometre, and that's already used and over a kilometre. Where on the map is that? I think that might be the copper I need for my other factory I'm going to build soon. Now, I'm not using all the copper nodes here, so I think I am going to steal the copper from the computer factories and just bring that over. Stack of nuclear waste containers about 22. Oh, right, so you have been storing the waste and you're doing cleanup after the fact. Ah, I see. Let's see if we can bait this guy. Come on, come on, come on. You can do it. You can hit me. I need a red suit or something. Okay, he's out of the way for a bit. That way. I don't need much copper, so tapping a single node is fine. Yeah, that's the one that's used Those 2 nodes are used for the computer factory. So I can make another node here. Trying to press trigger with a tissue wrapped around your finger is not the most convenient. There's also a nuclear hog around here, so hopefully he won't see me. So you hold down snap, which on VR is the bottom left button, and you can snap a... Why is it not snapping to the bottom? That's interesting. Am I above it? Is that the problem? Ah, well, I'll just nudge it down. You can snap it dead center, which means you can then grab a foundation and put the foundation directly in line with the miner. I'm not going to do anything fancy with these miners. As you can see, the computer factory miners are pretty boring at the moment as well. So I'm just going to do a cross-country rough run, and I'll do something a bit neater later on. I don't even know if that's facing the right direction from where I want to go. If I ping the Caterium, that's probably going to show me roughly where I want to go. Okay, so it is that way. So if I go this way and then around a bit... I'll just use that as a general height indicator. Let's see how that angle works. Oh, it's not far enough. I swear curve mode has made me lazy. Straight through all the stumps. Excellent. I could have aimed for over there, but if I bring it down over there, I guess it's all together. Something spotted me. Hopefully it's just the guy below who's annoyed that I made him jump off a cliff. But now's the time you should be doing the stinger emotes. But too late, I'm exiting that area. See, you got to wait a little bit. I might just run it straight. Again, it's temporary. I can always rebuild it later on. Oh, it was Relax who did that. Okay. Supposed to jump scare me when I'm not expecting it. Instead of waiting, but then thought that's what I expect. Oh right, okay, you were trying the double bluff. Oh, what? Did I not do something world aligned? What's going on there? Oh, is that blasted miner probably? It was probably on a rock or something, was sitting slightly higher than the reference. Shouldn't have trusted it. Train is that? Could be the computer train. Is that rain? Sounds like rain. There's a burb there in the way. No, ooh, fancy. It ended up not being very centered, did it? It's not very centered at all. I smell a diagonal nudge causing problems. It's gonna spin out too much if I do it otherwise though, so let's just have it. It's fine. We'll rebuild it later when we have time. We'll make it all nice and tidy. This is functional first. That's what I say. Go for functional first, we'll do tidy later. Actually, we'll do pretty later. I think that tree's got to go. I think I want this area to be smelly smelters, or probably foundries actually. Extreme gardening. Do berry bushes blow up? Temporary, yes, it's totally temporary. Just like my temporary computer factory miner outlet there that has no super bare bones. This explosive ammo is really cool for gardening. I find I tend to put a lot less effort into raw ore processing. Like I'll smack down a basic smelter and foundry setup and call it a day. So we do want copper to come in. That's what we're doing. We're doing foundries for copper. Let me check again. 6-hole foundries. This is basic 7.5, so we've got to allow room for scaling. So this could potentially be 4 times as much later, which even 4 times that is not 24. But we do want 3 basic separate production lines. We want a basic copper and iron ones, and then a steel one. So I'm actually going to spin this around like a record player. And face, yeah, I'll face it the other direction. How wide are my blueprints? Oh, I could try the vertical ones out. That could be a bit fancier. I made this blueprint for something else, but it would work here and would give us a bit more floor space if we're building upwards. Now, do we want a logistics floor here? Probably safer if we do. Really, Bean? It's okay, I didn't want to build there anyway. Is that the right amount? Actually, you know, I do not need it that high. Okay, that is the right amount if I want 2 of those. Yeah, that's probably safer if we go. I have a bad habit of not leaving enough height, so let's leave it as that. It will give us more room to do stuff, and it means also that I can build a lot further that way and still have some room underneath. Actually, no, that probably will want us to go all the way to the ground because that will feed in underneath. And I realised I didn't give any power to that. That seems like a bad layout. We've got more room this way, so it'd be better to run them side by side that way rather than encroach too much on the edge there. So let's go further that way. Lots of breathing room between. Again, we're not aiming for high throughput of this project part at the moment. It is very small quantities. So this is all we need at this stage. You're not going to have rivers of ore or anything like that here. We can expand upwards or outwards later on, maybe if we do need more materials. So the first one will be copper, the second one will be iron, and then the output of the iron will go into the third one with some coal to make steel. So I'm just going to run splitters either side. Iron, copper, iron, copper, and don't really need these here at all, but I might put them here just to be consistent in layout. Good old stumpy lifts. Okay, so the copper we'll run in here. Why not snap? Now it snaps. That's interesting. That should have snapped. The vertical foundries actually look pretty cool. Quite like that little blueprint. And again, we need to expand. We can build up, or we can build more this way. Right, let me go plug in the power at the copper end. Back into the Titan Forest. I know we've already got power here, although it's a long way away apparently. Oh, it'll reach, that'll do. How much copper do we need? Not much. Actually 120-ish. 116.17. I don't even remember if this is a pure node or not. Oh, whoops, I copied that one. Oh, yes, it is a pure node. 100 and... Ow! Ow! Really? One seven. He's at a new position. 0.17. You know what? I'm going to make this a little tidier. I just can't leave it lying as plain foundations. So I'll leave it as plain pillars instead. The next one's going to be interesting because it's probably out in the middle of whoop whoop. This is where we want like a suspension bridge or some extra supports out here or something. Actually, this space up here, I could expand the factory up to here later on. Actually, Azurin, you've built a sizable factory in this spot before, haven't you? I think you just built like a big skyscraper right over the water, though. I don't think you tried to be sneaky and go around the edges. Because in our family playthrough, we had an aluminium factory kind of here. Actually, aluminium factory was closer to where the copper was. And then there were some other project parts or something that was built here. And the train station was here. Now I remember. I'm sure that guy down there won't mind. Okay, maybe he did mind. Can I zoom down? Nope. Under the ground, I can see a tiny bit there. I can't tag it. Tag it. Actually, we don't have power. I just realised we don't have power out to this factory site yet. See, that looks a bit neater at least, rather than just a floating concrete platform. We have a train line. Where is the closest power? The closest power probably is the computer factory. You know, it's probably the easiest thing is to actually run a power line along here from the coal. That's not great. I mean, eventually we will have power along the train lines, and I know if I build a train station, I could tap the train station for power. I do know that's a thing. Hey, I don't know if this big guy was here before. Damn it, he hit me. There he goes. Whee! Almost in the water. Yes, I could, but as I mentioned before, I don't necessarily want to rely on the main train power line for factories. But because I haven't built any infrastructure on here, there's no support. I haven't got the power line that I ran along the train line in other bits. This is very much an in production area that still needs a lot of infrastructure work. So I might just steal power from the computer factory for now, because that's the easiest and closest, and I can just neatly run some power lines along this stretch. I get shot at by that other hog. And the nuclear hog over there that I really should deal with someday. Hey! Okay, you got me that time. I wasn't even partially anticipating that. That was well played. See, eventually you got there. That was a very big chill down my spine, because I was hyper focused on those hogs. It was a fun one. See, 95% chill building, 5% terror. That's why Satisfactory is fun. Where on earth did I put the power for these? Did I put it inside the pole? That's there. Okay. Although if I put that there, it's going to go through the machine. Yes, okay. So let's just bring it down. And under. Missed. It must have been the other blueprint that I put the nice convenient floor level connector at. Oh, look, I'm just going to stick it there. If it's part embedded in the floor, that's fine. Maybe I should make a blueprint of a power connector that is flush with the floor without being embedded in it. Actually, I've been meaning to make like some measuring stick blueprints and things like that. And that's on the line. Yay, the factory has power. At least it should do. Ah, the miners don't have power. That's a minor problem. I'll run it underneath. Again, functional first, tricky later. This building factory stuff sure does take a lot of time, doesn't it? This was the iron. How much iron did we need? Oh, I've just realised I made a math mistake. It was actually the iron that needed 116.7 and the copper needed 74.04. Damn it. 116.17. Okay, what have I stuffed up? Have I not picked the recipe yet? That would probably be it. Nearly 10 o'clock. Now I said this would be copper and next would be iron because the iron then goes to steel. I mean, when I say this factory doesn't take much resources, I'm also importing a ton of rubber and crystal oscillators, so there is definitely a large resource component external to this zone that is going to be shipped in here. I mean, it's still not huge quantities, and it will be scaled up later, but the number of buildings we're throwing together, that's quite a lot. Yeah, let's see if it works better this time. Road barrier. Hold snap. Snap there. See, straight. Smack on the right point. The last one snapped to the top and I think nudged down to the wrong place. I think that's what happened. It was a bit weird. Ever had a road barrier that wasn't quite right? And more. Now I really want to try my world on VR, but this is on 1080p with DLSS at 60%. On the PC I get 130 frames a sec. 3070 Ti is probably reasonable for having a look around at a factory in VR. I did develop the mod Dan Moore on a 2080, which I think would be comparable to the 3070 Ti. You would need to optimize your settings and run on medium, but I think you could still get a pretty good experience if you just wanted to have a look around your world. What sort of VR headset do you have, Dan Moore? Well, in an ideal world, you get 90 FPS in VR, but it is not the be-all and end-all. Quest 2. Okay, so Quest 2 is about 2,000 pixels vertically, and I actually started developing the mod on a Quest 2. And so if you use virtual desktop with open VDXR mode, you can, that is basically the most, if you've got a Quest, the best performance is using virtual desktop on the Quest with OpenXR, which is VDXR for Quest, and that will get you significantly smoother gameplay than if you use Steam VR or any other VR technology. The next trick is to have your resolution down as medium in virtual desktop. You could go to low, like some people have played on low and still had a fun time. But the trick is to use NVIDIA DLSS 4.0. So the game doesn't use 4.0 by default, it uses 3.5, although once 1.2 lands, I think that defaults to 4.0. But DLSS 4 is magic at upscaling. It looks really good. And so I have a 5080. So I have a really grunty graphics card.
Subscribe to the channel. Thanks for your continued support, Morn12.
Morn12! Hey, how's it going? Thank you very much for the resubscribe. I'm back at it. Have I stopped being at it? So Dan Moore, yes, sorry. I have a 5080, so a really grunty graphics card. I target 60 frames a second render. And I use, I'll show you my settings. So I do have a lot of these up very high, but most of these don't affect satisfactory frame rate. Most of these, once you get a later series NVIDIA card, some of these don't make as much impact on frame rate. So shadow quality does, so I've dropped that down to medium. Anti-aliasing, you have that on low because you're going to be using in DLSS. DLSS in performance mode means it only needs to render 60% of the pixels. And the DLSS upscales it to the higher resolution. And it does a really good job of upscaling from a lower res to get a picture that is quite clear and visually good. I'm not saying you will have an amazing performance. So, as I said, I target 60. And then Virtual Desktop has a setting called Synchronous Space Warp, which basically is a frame doubler, and it's mainly for motion. So as you look around, it keeps it nice and smooth. So when I look around like this, you on the stream are seeing 60 frames a second, but in the headset, I'm seeing 120 frames a second. So I actually get it super smooth in the headset. Now, you can run it as low as 36 scaled up to 72 and still have an okay time. Now, some people are more susceptible to low frame rate than others. But we do have people who are running, I think someone was running it on a 1660 graphics card or something ridiculous like that, and still having, no, 4.5 is supported on, no, not 4.5, 4.0. So it's specifically preset K, which is 4.0, and I used to run it on my 3080 all the time, so it definitely supports the 30 series cards. Like your 40 series and 50s may run DLSS 4 better, but it definitely works on a 30 series card because I played on a 3080 for the longest time, and I would play on medium settings with DLSS 4 performance mode, medium virtual desktop resolution, and I'd get a decent 45 frames a second base rate, which with the Space Warp gave me 90 frames a second in the headset. So it's not going to be a perfect VR experience, but depending on how fussy you are about the crispness of the picture or the frame rate, you can tune it in to be a very playable game, I say, on a 3070 Ti, you said? Garden Elf, you should check the channel Kuala Lumpur Live. They stream the game in a similar manner as you, and it's pretty cool. Oh, do they? Do they stream in VR? Yeah, definitely try Virtual Desktop with VDXR. OpenXR medium res DLSS 4. Yes, yes. Well, actually, on the 5080, I run in high resolution now. So I bumped it up to high res. So I do get a crisper image now that I have a 5080. And I've bumped up some of the other quality settings. I can probably bring those back a bit. Yeah, I could bring those back a bit. Thanks very much. I try and explain clearly, although I've also had quite a bit of practice because I have been answering these sort of questions for over a year now. Yeah, it's worth a shot, Dan Moore, and there's certainly things you can tweak to get it to look pretty good depending on what your VR expectations are. And on a Quest 2, medium res is probably fine in Virtual Desktop. One of these is coal going upwards, and the other two are going to be copper and... Actually, no, we need steel coming down as well. We need 4. Oh. VR must be on another level, the whole experience. It is very hard to go and play this game flat when you're used to VR. It is a fantastic game in VR. So your mod is not on experimental, but would it be updated for 1.2? So all mods are currently still broken on 1.2
Hey,
experimental.
GardenElf004 just followed you.
Oh, thank you for the follow, Garden Elf. So yes, all mods are broken, including this one for 1.2. When the modding, that's the exact right height. And it's probably the wrong way around too. I'll figure out when I connect it. When the modding tools get updated for the general modding community, then all the modders can start working on updating their mods. And so at that time, I too will get access to start updating the mod. Now, I don't know how long that will take or how broken it will be, but you can best assured I'll be working as hard as I can to get this working with 1.2 because, yeah, I love this game and I'm not going to keep playing 1.1 forever if there's a shiny 1.2 out. So, yes, I will definitely be doing what I can to get 1.2 going as soon as I can. And look, yes, it was the wrong way around. It is satisfactory that the mod will be updated. So yeah, we are still playing 1.1 here. I'm hoping they fix a few extra bugs before they release 1.2. Most notably, vertical mergers and splitters are still very broken in 1.2 from what I've seen, which is a shame given how long they've been out. So I had about 1,200 hours in Satisfactory on flat games, so I was quite addicted to Satisfactory long before I started the VR mod. And since then, I've got another 1,200 plus in it as well. So I'm probably around the 2,500 mark hour in Satisfactory now, of which over half of that is in VR. It is super addictive. Yes, I thought I was a gamer. Like, I thought I was hardcore spending lots of time playing games, and then I got Satisfactory. Like, I don't play as much now as I did when I first got it, but those first 6 months playing the game, yeah, I lived and breathed Satisfactory. This coal needs to come in here. Oops, hit my head. In here. And that's lined straight up down this line here. Hey, Croy, how's it going? Good afternoon. Is it afternoon where you are? In place of Dad left to get milk and never came back, Dad left to play Satisfactory and never came back. I still put food on the table. not from my Satisfactory career though. I still have my day job.
To the channel. Thanks for your support, Dan Moore.
Dan Moore, awesome.
Incoming
Thank you very much for
propaganda
the subscription.
broadcast detected. Please seek shelter.
Not just afternoon, but Friday afternoon. Oh, that's the best kind of afternoon, isn't it? Now, I have missed, how many ad breaks have I actually missed the pre-warning for in this session? Too many, I think. So I think I'm going to take a bit of heads up and take this ad break before I get the klaxon alarm sounding. No problems. You're welcome, and thank you for the support. So just as Croy's here, I'm going to take a 3-minute break, let Twitch do its thing, and I will be back. Wrong buttons. Where's the buttons? They changed the quest menu and it's all different now. Here we go. Okay. I will be back in 3 minutes.
Look lively. It's time to do those stretches and hydrate.
I'll be back. Something like that. It's a bit late at night for wacky voices. Okay, where's my cursor? There it is. And we are back. Where are we? We're in the Northern Forest. This is our first factory in the Northern Forest in this playthrough. We're at this beautiful little oasis, and we're building a factory. So we started the session with a couple of blueprints that will make the factory building a bit easier. And now we are processing some raw resources to get copper ingots, iron ingots, and steel ingots. So that's what we're doing up at this area. And it is getting late and I need to finish early tonight, so I don't know how far we're going to get. I was hoping to get a bit further than this, let's just say that. Let's put a splitter here. So this is the iron output. Assuming the blueprint I have up there is actually working, because we haven't actually tested it yet. Now that iron needs to go as an input to here, where we are going to be making steel. So yay, iron came out. Actually, we have tested them. I have been running. So that coal is missing a power supply. So let's run some basic power. We're stealing power. It's coming in from over at the computer factory. You know what? Let's go with functional first. Hey, look, let's just do that. There we go. Let's get coal. Dark Odyssey. How's it going? Okay, so we have vertical manifolds here for foundries. The first one here is making copper, and there is no copper coming out of the top one. That is suspicious. Uh-oh. Did I just misconvey? Oh, okay. I just missed some wafer-thin conveyors at the top. Which means some of my other blueprints are probably missing them as well. There we go. Double the throughput. Now we're getting output from all three. Right. Copper, iron, steel. Beautiful. I have no idea what order I need these in down below, so I'm just going to run them in a random order. That's not going to hook around the corner far enough, is it? I mean, that one will, but the copper won't. So I've already stuffed up the alignment. Love the way the Satisfactory embraces your brain with so many meaningful choices and rewards your decision with here's a bug fixing. Hours of bug fixing, yes. But when you fix that bug and it all works, like, yeah, that's the hit. When a plan comes together. That middle lift did not snap on properly. The plan just takes a very long time sometimes, especially when you're being particular about certain things. Hey, look at that. So even just like where we barely started the factory, but just the fact that I've got to have the 3 ores processed and they'll all run down here. That's progress. It's not balanced progress, it's progress. Maybe I should leave it there tonight. Success! Processed minerals! If the source of this game is remarkable for your sin, yes. As I was saying earlier, it's not just about the logistics, it's also about the creativity. Satisfactory, I think, is different from most logistics games because it gives you such a massive amount of creative freedom to not just solve a logistic problem in different ways, but to also present it and lay it out in very different ways. And that can make a huge difference from player to player. Even if you go from the most chaotic spaghetti through to the most meticulous, gorgeous pieces of artwork, everyone has their own styles. Okay. Now I'm going to have a look at the plan. So this was the plan. So we've done this bit. We've made blueprints for this bit. So we need a token constructor for steel beams and a bunch of constructors for the copper sheets. Man, it's getting late at night. I'd really like to build some of these blueprints tonight because I haven't wired them up together and I want to see if they actually fit and work. So if as long as I leave room for these somewhere in the process. Okay. The train stations will be there, that area. If we put this part of the factory here, then the next part of the factory could be along that wall there. And loads of spreadsheets. Yep, and tools, offline tools, planning tools. Costy X60, hi, how's it going? Okay, whoops, that's not what I meant to do. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm going to put some blueprints down. I may move them later, but I just want to see how these blueprints we made actually turned out. If we even have room for them. This, as I was saying, this lovely oasis here feels a lot smaller than the last time I built a factory here, which admittedly was a very long time ago. Do we even have the room to build what we're trying to build here? I don't know. Okay, so technically we'd stretch it out to there. Okay, pretty trees might have to get blown up. Satisfactory got rammed by new cog. There is a new cog up there. I was expecting him to attack me, and then a stealth sulfur hog attacked me instead, because the new cog, you get a tick of radiation when he's nearby. He's not so good at sneaking, that guy. So we're more direction this way. Blueprints. What did we make before? It was this one, this one. Was it just the 2? No, there was... I can't remember. That's a lie because that's an input. This is actually an output, so that's the other side. We need to rotate it around this way. So we've got some room behind us for constructors. Do we have enough room the other side for the rest of the blueprint? Probably not, actually. I think it is a bit narrower. We can go across a bit that way. Actually, the front's... Oh, I built this blueprint sideways. The front arrow is on the side. It's not useful. Pre-smart plating, so it's dumb platings. Yes, yes, it is dumb platings. Actually, it literally is. I think. Yep, reinforced iron plates. And rotors. And back here we have screws, many lots of screws. And this is the plates that go into the reinforced plates. I haven't actually tested this blueprint. May just not work at all. We will find out. And then the second part is the smart plates base. Now, which way around does this go? This one's a bit more traditionally loud. This is the inputs. So this can shove back up here. How much space do we have on this side? Do we have enough at all? A little bit. Okay, that's not terrible. And these two kind of go back to back, so we could bring these pretty close together. And this actually nudges down underground. I swear there's holes, manholes in the actual blueprint. So this can probably come back a bit. How are we lined up? Lined up correctly? Yep. Checking underneath, we might need a little bit of space. So this is just effectively 7.5 assemblers for smart plates. That's all this blueprint is. So the rotors and reinforced plates from the pre-smart plates feed into this, and this spits out the smart plating. So it is decided to go this one and then this one, and the idea is that if I want to double the numbers here, I can copy this, and blueprint snap is really not being a good thing to know. Actually, no, I need the smart plating extension, and I nudge this down to probably there. Build that, connect those up, and away you go. You've doubled the capacity. This one here, similarly, haven't really fully planned this one to be double height yet, but you should be able to copy this, stack another one on top, nudge it down a bit, and then just feed your materials through. So that way you can just scale vertically to increase your capacity later on. So it's probably going to end up pretty tall once I increase things. And here we have handy labeled inputs. So this is the steel beams that needs to come out of a random constructor we build. There is also an input hiding in here for copper sheets. So we need a stack of constructors to build copper sheets for that. These need to start attaching on the vertical splitter first, because vertical splitters and mergers are dodgy. But they will at least attach to a floor hole after you start attaching to a splitter and a merger. Okay, so that's iron, steel, steel beam. I might make it 2 constructor for steel beam, just for future capacity now. Although I really only need to program 1 at the moment. Look, I haven't even bothered to connect outputs to these. I will probably redo these later on and a bit tidier. Now we needed quite a few copper sheets. 30-minute. Actually, it's not too bad for the initial one. Later on, we're going to need more copper sheets. This one's going to scale up more. Actually, let me just check the plan. We're on phase 3, guys, so we're not going to do too massive. We're just aiming for 7.5 motors per minute. Copper sheets, 90 total. Ah, right. The other part needs more. That's why this is 1.4. Okay, so might as well do 2 now, even though this will only need 1. Actually, we might build the other copper sheets closer to where the other blueprints will be made later on. So yes, it is. I need to wrap up soon, so I am kind of throwing this together rather haphazardly at the moment, because I would like to get this buzzing before I sign out. So I'll do a proper manifold on this blueprint later on and get that tied in. So this is copper. Don't need any copper there. So this is the only required copper. This is steel, and that is the steel beam. So this one here, need more foundations down here. And I will need to do some defoliation, explosive defoliation. Actually, let's do that now. Best gardening tool ever. Another one over there. Got it. Wish I could do that in my own garden. Iron, steel, and copper. Okay, copper. Oh, that's handy. Although it's got to go, yeah, to this one. Lined up about there. That's the copper sheets output. So that's got to go that way. And the copper sheet's got to come in here.
I admire your optimism, Dippy VR, but you only get a participation
Dippy.
award this time round.
Definitely
Realm of
only a
Russ was the
participation
winner.
award.
In fact, you were in position 27. Better luck next time.
27. Ooh. Hey Dippy, how's it going? Even Future was here early tonight. Future got in, was it second or third? Actually, no, fourth, I think. Because I think it was Azuren and then Ryuga. But you know, Russ was almost late, Dippy. Like, if you were quick, you would have actually beaten Russ. I know, hard to believe, but like the stream had been going like a minute or two. Why didn't that snap? Hello? I don't trust that straight mode. I reckon it was slightly bent mode. Hey, Russ or Croy, have you tried the latest alpha version of the mod? And more to the point, have you pointed at anything with the new pointer? Or driven any vehicles in third-person mode, specifically. Because I have this sneaking suspicion, like the modding tools haven't been released yet because they're waiting for me to release an update. And they'll do it after I release an update. That's the only reason that could be taking them this long. Because that didn't line up either. That's weird. And since last weekend, Russ was late. I mean, that it is rare. Like late for Russ standards, anyway. Clearly, you need to release an update to speed things up. Yes. It's not urgent speed. So the changes I did, in case you missed the patch notes, is I've changed the range at which the dot pointer appears to be slightly not 100%. So before, when you pointed at a conveyor belt, it would vanish, and so it was actually really hard to aim and sample conveyor belts. So I've changed the logic a little bit to put the dot a bit closer, so it now can quite easily target a conveyor belt, and if it vanishes, like if you put it in a point on the conveyor and it does vanish, it has actually gone out of sight. So that's probably the most impactful change for your general Satisfactory player. The other change is a new camera for vehicles. So the third-person view in vehicles, so let's go an Explorer. Have I actually made an Explorer in this playthrough before? Why is it not opening? Come on, okay, I can get in, but it's not going to go anywhere without fuel. There we go. Yeah, let's run on grass. Can we run on grass? Yes, we can. So the new third-person camera, I've changed the distances, but I was using like the Satisfactory default one before, but now I'm using one specifically for the mod, and it's a bit springier and a bit smoother on the chase cam. So before it was like locked in hard, whereas now it's a bit more fluid, and it affects the train in third person as well. So I think it feels better, but I don't really get motion sickness from driving vehicles like this. So I can't tell if it's better or worse from a motion perspective, motion sickness perspective, but it does feel to me much better and more responsive and smoother. Is the pointer still casting a shadow? I did click a button that it may actually have stopped casting a shadow. I think it might have. I might have actually fixed it, Dippy. I actually wanted it to glow and like emit light. I haven't quite figured out that setting. I've spent like 5 minutes trying. Because I saw in that boomer shooter, the new one, they have glowy dot pointers, and it looks pretty cool. Although it'd probably be terrible for performance. But I thought that might be a cool feature to have, so that the pointer actually glows a bit. It emits light, but it doesn't emit light source into the environment, so it does glow, but not particularly in that matter. Okay, anyway, I am getting distracted. Where's the power on these things? Oh, right there. Duh. Again, I just want this functional, not pretty, so I'm just going to whack down a pole. Does the thing work is what I want to know. Yeah, there. That was not a bug, that was a hilarious feature. The menus still put reflections in the water, even though the menus are supposed to be in your heads-up display only. So if you look at a water down here, you can, I don't know if I can see it from here. Maybe not. I need a certain angle. But yeah, the heads-up display also shows up. So if I turn on the heads-up display, you can see the compass is reflecting in the water there. I cannot turn that off. I've turned off every option I know how, and I cannot get it to exclude the heads-up display from the lighting shadows. It's most annoying. Okay, I should actually connect that power pole to an actual power source. Hey, stuff's moving. Oh wow, that's burst into life. The one at the top hasn't. Oh, it's because of the conveyors missing, isn't it? Because this was made out of the other blueprint, and I missed the conveyors at the top. How about here? Is there a conveyor in the top there? What? No? Oh, those... Oh, right, okay. That's right, that was added in the blueprint. Whoops. Anyone taking notes on what I need to fix in the blueprints? That is supposed to be copper. No, that's supposed to be steel. Ew, dull. Bad. I got it from the wrong splitter. Ah. Well, our first duck under. I definitely do not want you to snap onto that old one. There's probably a little bit of iron from that lift, so what I will do is I will just drag that up like that. Yeah, there we go. That's it. That's alive. That's alive. That's alive. That will be alive, theoretically. Okay, yep, that's alive. The sheets are coming through. Missing the screws. I don't think we've connected the screws. Oh, there's some screws. Right, screws are coming in. Yes, a 270 belt should be able to fit 250 worth of screws on it. Yeah, there we go. Floods of screws. So they're doing something. Look at the time. Late. Okay, that is going to be doing something. I don't think we've connected the outputs of these to anything. Okay, let's quickly do this. We're so close to having 1/3 of the factory built. Rotors, sheets. Oh, that's going to get in the way, perhaps. Let's merge these at the back end. Oh, that almost is good, and it's not. That's probably too tight to be useful. Ugh. Okay, that's terrible alignment. What's that bean running from? You know, I'm just going to go with that. That will work tonight. And reinforced beams. Not reinforced beams, reinforced beams. Yay. Is something going to come up here? Yes, eventually. It's working! I do not want a container full of sheets. I'd rather keep it nice and efficient, but we will just shove some in there to actually make sure that we're getting the output we expect. No, I'm not architecture. Come on, where is it? Okay, so was it 15 a minute we were expecting? Let's check the plan. Yes, 15 smart plating per minute. And then we need to do the rigger motors and then the manufacturers. So we've done we've done basically this part of the factory. This technically I hope will be one blueprint, but it might be two. This was two blueprints. So if that's one blueprint, it's going to be a complicated one though. And then those will just be manufacturers lined up. Let me just... I don't want any ads coming in, so I'm going to sleep them. Snooze. Oh, it's still half an hour away. I've got plenty of time. Ah, and I fell off. New belt counter is great. It is very useful. It's not the most accurate for slow throughputs. Hey, look at that. 15 per minute. Success. And this is where it changes. Where are they all? They've stopped. Okay, they are coming through. So, yes, I do need to wrap it up. I'm past my gold end time. So tonight we made 3 blueprints. We made this blueprint. Actually, first we made a vertical... No, actually that came later. Or did it? No, it was earlier. This is the one blueprint we made. This is sort of the pre-smart plates. So this takes in... It actually
Hey,
requires...
Mitronino just followed you.
Branquinol, hi. Thank you for the follow, Mitronino. We do have 2 little sets of constructors up the back that are just making copper sheets and steel beams, just because it was pointless to put a super underclock one of that in this big blueprint. I didn't want to repeat it. So this blueprint is fairly consistent in load balance throughout. So we have a couple of constructors making screws and a couple of foundries making plates. They go through here with the copper plates that make the reinforced plates and the rotors. So these then feed into the other blueprint, which is just a slab of 6 assemblers. So the ones at the bottom are just 100% and the top ones are 150%. So this is effectively 7.5 assemblers, all generating smart plates. So I almost didn't make a blueprint for this. It's just, you know, plonk down assemblers. But that I decided to do it as a simple blueprint so it lines up with this. So the poles here are should all line up. Yes, it does line up. And these are designed so that theoretically I can come along later and build this vertically. And it's actually, it is that way around, yep. And keep building up into the sky. The other little blueprint we made was we just made a vertical 2 foundry manifold, which we are up here. We are making some copper out of copper and iron. We're making iron out of copper and iron. And we are making steel out of coal and the iron ingots. So we've got coal coming up, the other 3 coming down. And here we are making the smart plates. So the plan for the next session will be to work on the motors, which will be the rigger motors blueprint. And we'll see how far we get with that, but hopefully I'll be able to have that functional by the end of the next stream, which hopefully will be tomorrow night. I got some stuff on overnight tonight and tomorrow. We'll see how we go, but hopefully I will be streaming again tomorrow night. Similar time, same channel. I'm actually going to log out. Let's just log out up the top here. What could go wrong if I step off accidentally? It's a good view from up here. Yeah, I think we can fit this factory in here. So if we put like the rigger motors blueprint factory over there, and then maybe the manufacturers along that side there, and then we have the train stations here. We do also need rubber, actually. That's one more thing on the to-do list, is we are shipping in rubber and crystal oscillators. So crystal oscillators, they're nearby at the computer factories. That's no problem, but we do need another 112 rubber, and I don't think my current rubber factory is producing enough. So we're going to have to do that. Branquiniol, hi, how do you show how much power does it cost on Satisfactory Modular? Love VR look, by the way. Cool. On the power, here, so this is the power tab on the side here. If you don't have this enabled by default, you can add extra panels. So you hit this little plus down here and you can change which panel is here. So if you don't have a power panel, then you can add it. So this is useful because it basically says that this factory as planned is going to take out 850-ish of power. And this is useful because if I go back up one level, so this is my save. So in here, if I open this, this is all the factories I've built so far. And this has the net power total usage. So I've used, average used of 9,000, I have 3,000 power left over. So if I bravely select this factory that I'm working on now and I go cut, actually no, X, cut, and I come into this save, and then I go paste. This is now part of this saves factory, and you can see my net power has dropped because this particular outpost is now using power. So this is how you can actually get the power per individual factories. So if I go to here's my heavy frames factory. If I open that, you can see this is using about 3,700, 3-4 on average of power. But this is the save game level. So what I do is I plan. These are future factories I planned for making in the future, and once I've made them, I'll move them inside this so that I can see how much power total my world is using or not using, assuming that what I've planned here matches everything that's in the game. No problems. No, I hope that helps. And I almost stepped off the edge because I think this does support room scale. That's right, I was standing right on the edge. Okay, so I need to log out now. As I said, I've already gone a bit over time. Normally I will go this time or later, but I need to do some stuff before bedtime tonight. So thank you very much, everyone, for watching.
Hey,
I hope you had fun.
just followed you.
Oh, thank you for the follow. Thank you. Thank you, everybody who followed tonight, and thank you for the subscribes and the resubscribes. I really appreciate it. And was it a duck attack that Azuren did with stickers? That was actually scary. I wasn't expecting that. So yes, again, tomorrow night. So this time, it's about 11 p.m. where I am here, which is the west coast of Australia. So so about 5 hours from before now, or 6 hours from before now, that's probably when I'll start tomorrow night, if I stream tomorrow night. And given that I'm like this far in the project, I know I'm going to be keen to continue this build tomorrow night. So if you're not doing anything in about 18 hours time, feel free to stop on by and watch again. And again, keep those questions coming. I'm happy to answer any questions about be it Satisfactory or Satisfactory Modular or Satisfactory in VR. My name's Dortimer. I have too many hobbies and I need sleep. End of afternoon in France. There you go. And it's early morning in the US. I will save my game. Always a good thing to do at the end of a session. I'm going to call these smart. Smart? You know what, that'll do. Right, saved. Nice one, Dortimer. Never a great evening. So you have damn phone. Have damn phone. Okay. So again, thank you. YouTube, I will sign off now. Twitch, hang around, and I will raid out to someone else. Hey, B-Merc, you made it just for the end. Okay, how do I do this? I want to pick that. And then I want to pick the outro screen. And then I want to quit the game. And let me just take off my headset. Never typing on your phone again. Yeah, I don't blame you. How do people survive with just a phone and not a computer? It's like, drives me crazy when an app is only on a phone and it's like, I have a PC, damn it. I know I have a keyboard. Let me use it. Anyway, with that, good night. Sign out of YouTube.